Here we go, Monday edition, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there, where do we even start? There were so many things that happened this weekend. You go back to Friday night where the Phillies scored 4 runs in the first and then seemingly didn't score the rest of the weekend. They lose 2 of 3 against the Diamondbacks. Very predictable. Offense just non-existent for long stretches. They scored, I think they said, in 3 innings this weekend. The first inning on Friday night. They scored like 1 inning each day. They got very interesting issues that we will get into today on the show. The Sixers, listen, I don't think anybody has any anticipation for them and what they might do. They'll play Wednesday night in the play-in against Orlando. And you got to give the Sixers a little bit of credit. Look, they get the Joel Embiid news. That's a gut punch. But they did persevere to win their last 2 games. That gets them to the 7 seed in large part because, an Orlando team that all they had to do was win the game yesterday against the Celtics. Boston was a 13.5-point underdog in the game yesterday, and all Orlando had to do was win the game, and they couldn't even do that. So because of that, they will now come to Philadelphia Wednesday night, and they'll play the Sixers in the play-in. If the Sixers win that game, they will play Sunday against Boston as the number 7 seed. If they lose the game Wednesday night, they will play Friday against the winner of the Hornets-Heat game. And then the winner of that game will play on Sunday against Detroit. And, of course, neither one of those series do you feel like the Sixers have a fighter's chance in. Most likely without Joel Embiid. I don't even think if Joel plays, they have a really good shot to win either series. But I don't anticipate Joel being ready to play. I could be wrong. Hopefully I am. But there is no indication that he'll be ready, although they did say that he's progressing, and who knows? You can never assume anything when it comes to Joel Embiid and the 76ers. But, they did what they had to do. They won both games and put the pressure on Orlando. They made Orlando have to win that game yesterday, and Orlando could not do it. And now the Sixers at least have a home game on Wednesday night. Now, the Flyers, let's get into them real quick. The Flyers play tonight against Carolina. A win, and they are in. It's as simple as that. Beat Carolina tonight, and the Flyers are going to the playoffs, and they will take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. So, if they lose tonight, the pressure is on big time. And let me tell you something. They are playing the Carolina Hurricanes tonight. This is not a gimme. They have to win this game tonight. Dan Vladar is in goal tonight. It's a very interesting strategy by the Flyers. You got to win the game in front of you. They're going to go with their guy. They play a back-to-back. So if they do not win tonight, the pressure is on. Now, there are some other combinations that could happen. Flyers got some help yesterday. Columbus lost. The Islanders have been eliminated, so it's basically 2 teams for 1 spot in the Metro. Flyers at 94 points, Washington at 93, and Columbus at 92. Now, the Flyers do have a game at hand on both those teams, so they have 2 shots to get points. Washington and Columbus both have 1 game left. If they are to win that game, Columbus would tie Philadelphia with 94. If Washington wins, they would pass Philadelphia at 95. That means Philadelphia has to find a way to either win tonight or tomorrow, and then they would basically lock up the 3rd spot in the Metro. Now, they are playing Carolina, who, by the way, is the 1 seed. Carolina is the 1 seed, and they are the best team in the Eastern Conference. They have 110 points, 52 wins. This team is very good. Now, what do they have to play for here? Hockey's not like basketball, though. Like, a lot of times hockey teams, they're not benching guys. They're not sitting guys out. They're playing out the string generally. Now, maybe the goaltender doesn't play, something like that. But the other matchup you have tomorrow night, Montreal. And Montreal is the 2 seed in the Atlantic, and they are tied with Buffalo. So Montreal has something to play for potentially. So the game tonight, if you're the Flyers, you have got to try to get a point tonight. Take the game to overtime. This will be like one of those World Cup games where neither team is trying to win and they just, will play for a tie. That's what I think the Flyers need to basically do tonight. Get themselves a point, try to get to overtime, and if you can win in a shootout or something like that, that's probably a way to go. But we'll see. You can listen to the game tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider, joins us at 5:30 tonight. The game on Friday night, you can't ask, actually Saturday night, you can't ask for a better start to the game. I mean, you just can't ask for a better start to the game. It's Porter Martone who gets the goal before the game basically even gets off the ground. You're winning that game. I know they got back into it. Winnipeg scored, but what an unbelievable start to that game. And they didn't cast any doubt in that game. They cast it no doubt Saturday night. This looks like a team that the moment's not too big for. You got a bunch of young guys, and you're thinking, at what point do they realize what is happening here? And it's the guys you got to go, Martone, Michkov. You've been waiting for Michkov to really kind of be a part of this thing almost all season long. And when he scored that second goal, it was like, all right, man, all right. It's like a baseball game where you hope to get the home runs early in the game from your big boppers, like the Phillies did the other night when they got a Schwarber homer and a back-to-back with Bryce Harper. You want your key guys early to show we're here, and the Flyers got that. So I'll tell you what, the Flyers have turned into the team that everybody is getting behind. Why? Because they're fun. They're new, they're fun, and it's because of who's contributing. You got the 2 young guys scoring the first 2 goals of the game on Saturday night. And they win that game. Vladar, 27 saves. He will be in goal tonight for the Flyers. If they win, they are in. Now, Carolina, as we mentioned, they are right now the 1 seed in the East. And they have a pretty firm grasp on that. I believe they've actually clinched the 1 seed. They have 110 points. And, yeah, I guess I don't know who is the tiebreaker between Carolina and Buffalo. Buffalo can outside, they could tie them. So can Montreal cannot. Montreal only has 1 game left. So Carolina is going to be the 1 seed. If they get a point tonight, that will solidify that they will be the 1 seed. But they have pretty much locked up the 1 seed, as we talked about. They have 110 points. Buffalo has 106. If Buffalo wins their last 2 games, they could tie them. But Carolina would have to lose both their games. I think Carolina plays, I want to say the Islanders still, and the Islanders are now out. So Carolina, not a lot to play for, I would imagine. But they still could get a point. And listen, the Flyers need to win this game. They got to get a point, win this game, and get themselves in. You do not want to go into tomorrow having to win that game against Montreal. That is the last thing you want. Now, the Flyers have had a whole bunch of stuff happening around them that has happened. You had the schedule go your way for the last 2 weeks. The only thing that didn't go your way Saturday was Washington beating Pittsburgh. That was the only game that you were kind of hoping that Pittsburgh won that game and knocked Washington back a peg. But it was a fun weekend for the Flyers on Saturday night. Saturday you had the Phillies. You heard that game on 97.3 ESPN. That was the only game they won. And then that led into the Flyers and the Flyers. You had a good Saturday with the Phillies winning and the Flyers winning. But overall, for the Phillies weekend, not good. Not good. It's the same old stuff. The base running, Harper trying to extend a double, gets thrown out. Marsh last night, by the way, everybody's ripping Marsh, and Marsh, terrible job. Awful at bat by Adolis Garcia. 2-0 count. Guy's got the base stolen. He fouls off a pitch that's not even a strike. Then 3-1 pitch. The runner goes again, and it's ball 4, and he swings at it, and he ends up popping it up to the second baseman. And then Marsh can't find the ball or didn't know how many outs there were. I don't know what he was doing. But the little league base running of the Phillies comes back to haunt them again. And all week long, or all weekend long, I should say, it's the same problem for the Phillies. And I don't know what their lineup's going to look like today. They're going to make changes because they're not going to be in a situation that the Arizona didn't have a lefty in their bullpen. So the Phillies had a lineup that was stacked with all those lefties. Well, guess what? It worked for one inning each night. It worked for one inning each night. By the way, it worked famously in the first inning of the game on Friday night. You got a 3-run bomb from Brandon Marsh. So all the people that were like, what are you doing? Marsh comes up and says, shut your mouth. And goes, yard, baby. Starts things off. But those 4 runs in the first inning, yeah, they were the only 4 runs that were scored all night. In fact, I was out with a buddy of mine, and they were up 4-0, and I said to him, I guarantee you, because Geoff Kerr during Phillies Fastball said the Phillies will score in the first inning. He was right. And then once they scored in the first inning, I said, and they won't score again in the rest of the game. And that ended up happening. Somehow you lost that game. I mean, Luzardo, 4 2/3, he was cruising along, and you can't get out of the 5th. And the game is basically, right there because the Phillies can't score. They gave up 5 in the 5th. Phillies scored 4 in the first, and that's it. And they couldn't get anything going. They lose 5-4. Then on Saturday, it's the opposite situation. They get down early. They're down pretty much all game long. And you get the Schwarber-Harper. You get the 4 in the 3rd, and then that's it there. So you got 4 in the 1st on Friday, 4 in the 3rd on Saturday, and you win that game 4-3. And then yesterday, just an ugly game. Ugly game. It's a weird start where Painter can't start the game because of migraine, so they go to Pop. Then there was some reports that Painter, he was available, so he's throwing. He's out in the outfield throwing before the game. He comes into the game, and by the way, pitches great. And then they go to Alvarado, and Alvarado, there's a story right there. According to our Geoff Kerr, who writes over at his Substack, and we're going to talk about this during the Fastball segment today, it looks like the Phillies are going to go with Tim Meza ahead of Alvarado now on the pecking order in the bullpen. Because to me, listen, this is like the Phillies. This is like the Eagles. The Eagles' offense stinks. But once you got a 3-2 lead, actually it's a 3-2 lead into the 8th inning yesterday. With the Phillies' money and bullpen arms, Keller and Duran. Now, they weren't available yesterday. The Phillies' bullpen can't hold the game. You're turning the game over to Alvarado, Bolin yesterday, and they couldn't hold on. So I'm not blaming the bullpen here, but Duran wasn't available. Keller wasn't available because they had pitched the 2 nights before. So your strength is, hey, we have a 3-2 lead in the 8th inning. Many times you expect to win that game with this bullpen, and it didn't happen yesterday. But you can't keep, this offense is just – they scored 4 innings in the first inning on Friday, 4 innings in the 5th inning on Saturday, and 3 runs in the 6th inning on Sunday. They scored in 3 of the 27 possible innings this weekend. It's just garbage. And the only thing I look at is, look, we can keep talking about playing this guy here, moving that guy there, flipping the lineup here, hit that guy there. How about trying him in this spot? Everything we come up with, you're going to be short somewhere else. You move this guy from here to here, now I'm short there. You move this guy from here to here, now I'm short there. it comes back to how did Dave Dombrowski look at this lineup again and say, we have enough? How? How did they look at this lineup and say, we have enough? I don't understand it. That was my only thought of this whole weekend, is how does Dave Dombrowski sit there and say, hey, I gave you enough to compete in the middle of the lineup. I gave you enough to protect Schwarber and Harper, and I gave you enough in the middle of the lineup to go get it done. They can't get it done. They just don't have anything. And today, I don't have the lineup yet, but I'm imagining, my guess would be when the lineup is announced, and that should be right around 3:30 usually today, I would imagine the lineup would be, this is my guess, okay? My guess is Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Garcia. And by the way, for everybody, Garcia's got to hit forward. You got to move Garcia. You know, when guys get off the hot starts, we can't be so quick to jump and move them. Garcia is now hitting .204 with a .279 on-base percentage. A .352 slug. Those numbers are horrible. Garcia is going to move to the 4-hole most likely. I would imagine Marsh moves to the 5-hole. And what they do 6, 7, and 8, I have no clue. Do they put Real Muto in the 6-hole? Do they put Bohm in the 6-hole? I mean, I'm imagining they're not going to want to hit Stott and Crawford back-to-back because they're both left-handed. So you got to put Stott away from Crawford, so he probably hits 7. So you probably go Marsh 5, maybe Bohm 6, Stott 7, Real Muto 8, Crawford 9, or maybe Real Muto hits 6 and Bohm hits in the 7 in the 8 spot. I mean, they're just 2 guys short every time you move the lineup around. Every time you move somebody here to there, you're short someplace else. And that goes back to Dombrowski. How did he not understand this again? And then the base running, that's a problem. Listen, I got no problem if the Phillies are their hands are tied here. They got the Harper contract, they got the Schwarber contract, they got the Turner contract, they got the Real Muto contract, which was probably not a great idea. They got a bunch of different contracts here that they are kind of stuck with. So you're not changing the complexion of this team. Everybody keeps talking about this team is stale. You know, you got people saying how fun the Flyers are, and conversely, how boring and stale the Phillies are. And that's what ends up happening. That doesn't mean the Phillies are a bad team. I think the Phillies will win 90. I said 98. Maybe I'm going to be off a few. Maybe they win 95 or 93, whatever it is. The deficiencies are still the same, and that's what has, I think, people – listen, if it was a different group and you tried something different, but you've tried the same approach and it's not working, and I talked about this yesterday, who's the one guy on the team that right now has had success? There's one guy on this team offensively that you're like, man, yeah, Schwarber's hit some home runs. He's hitting .212 with a .379 on base, so he's been Schwarber-ish. Harper's starting to come around a little bit. I think he was 10 for 19 in the series. But it's Crawford. At what point do the veterans on this team look at Crawford and say, look at this guy's approach. Look how different this guy's approach is from mine. You know, this whole launch angle and all that nonsense that entered the league for a couple of years, these pitchers have figured out how to throw to some of these guys. Now, listen, there's going to be some elite players that are just elite of the elite, and they can hit no matter how you pitch them. But if you're just an okay guy and you're trying to hit like that and you don't have it anymore, look at Crawford. I was talking to a buddy of mine. We were having a conversation about Crawford, and he didn't think Crawford was going to make much of a difference. And I said, I don't know what Crawford's going to do in terms of, I don't know if he's going to hit 340, 330, but this guy's approach is so much different than everybody else on the team. And he's got a .341 batting average, a .408 on-base percentage. And you know what? His OPS is the second best on the team. This is a 22-year-old kid. You would think some of the guys on this team would start to take some notes that the 22-year-old kid is the one guy who's getting it right. The Turners, the Schwarbers, the Harpers, they got to start watching that kid and saying, hey, we got to maybe change some of the way we're looking at things here. Boom, Stott. I mean, Marsh has actually gotten off to a decent start. But Garcia, they're going to put him most likely in the 4-hole today? Yee. That at bat I saw yesterday in the 9th, yikes. So would a lineup shakeup do something here? It's fodder, something to talk about. I don't know if it changes a whole heck of a lot. I really don't. But you got to start to wonder. I'm looking at the standings. Last year, the Braves were pretty much done by this time. What, they start like 0-8 last year? They were pretty much out of it. The Braves are 10-6. Now, listen, it's 2.5 games. It's a long, long way. But the Braves are not the Braves of last year. This Braves team is not the Braves of last year. So they're going to be in this thing. You're not going to get to play the Braves and face a bunch of guys hurt. The Marlins are a better team than they were a year ago. And then there's the Nationals and the Mets who've lost 5 straight. They've got all sorts of problems too. But at what point does Philadelphia look at this and say we're 7-8? Look, they're 7-8. They're 15 games in, and 15 games into the season for them. They've been right around this record for like the 2022, 2023, 2024, 25. They've been about the same record over the last couple of years. So it's not yet. But at what point? You can't change the lineup. You can't change the players. The one thing that worked for this team in 2022 was they had to change the voice. And if we keep coming on every week and complaining about base running and one big inning and the complacency of this crew, at what point does Dave Dombrowski have to say, listen, I couldn't get the right-handed bat, I couldn't get the guy in the middle of the lineup, but I might need a different voice. It might be the only thing that can spark this roster, realistically. 609-403-0973. We start there on a Monday.
Couple of notes for you, Mike. Number one, the Atlanta Braves are the only team in Major League Baseball that has won every series this season.
So far, yep.
So that gives you an idea of how competitive the NL East is right now. The only team that is basically winning consistently is the Braves. And you are stuck with them in your division.
Well, I mean, they're 10-6. You're only 2.5 games behind them. It's not like they've run it away with it. But the point being is the Braves were supposed to be good a year ago. The reason they weren't is because of injury.
Exactly.
And now they are healthy. So you have to at least know the Braves are a legitimate team in the division this year, which they were not a year ago. So how many games can you fall behind them before you start having to think about wild card? I know it's only April, so I'm not talking about that yet. But my point is, the Phillies lineup is going to have problems all year long. It's going to be up and down and all around. But you can't have games where you score one run, one inning of every game. You just can't do it. And every time, look, Walker, he battled his ass off and settled into that game. But you can't be down in the first inning every single time he pitches and to say, well, you're complaining about him. He's the only guy that won. Hey, I'm giving him credit. He battled his ass off and settled into that game, but you can't be down 2-0 every single time he pitches.
And I think it goes back to the issue you just brought up of the Dombrowski issue. Dombrowski is the one who keeps giving you the same thing.
Well, I don't know how Dombrowski sat down and said, look, this is the lineup we're going to go with again, and I think we have enough this time. I just don't understand how he was at peace with that. I don't get it. I don't get it. 609-573-3776. By the way, our Kevin Durso is watching on YouTube, and he says Carolina has already announced that they will be resting several top players tonight. So it looks like the Hurricanes are, I don't want to say conceding.
Cruise control.
But they are trying to get to the finish line healthy. Durso joins me tonight at 5:30, but it's good to see him watching on YouTube and give me a little nugget in the chat section. You want to get a part? You could be a part of the chat. YouTube chatters. I see Leslie over there. He's always chatting away. I see JMS. Yeah, he says athletes don't think like that. Yeah, I'm not saying, but obviously Carolina, the coaching staff is saying, look, we're going to take it easy tonight. When we get to the playoffs healthy. They look like they're a 1 seed. So if you're in the YouTube chat, keep the chat going. If you're on the text board, the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. I see a lot of people texting in right now. Also, Mike McGarry, Phillies Fastball at 3 o'clock. Our buddy Keith Smith's going to talk about the NBA playoffs. They are now set. The Nuggets today. The trade the Eagles made on Friday, is it setting up flexibility to trade A.J. Brown? We'll get into that. Durso tonight at 5:30. You out there, we're just getting started. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Listen for the sounder today 4 times. It's your last week to listen for that sounder to enter for this year's draft party, which is happening at Ocean Casino Resort at the Balcony Bar. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. All right, 2:32 in the 2 o'clock hour is brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman, proud sponsors of Philadelphia sports coverage on 97.3 ESPN. A lot of it right now. You got the Phillies struggling offensively. You got the Flyers trying to make a playoff push with the win tonight over Carolina. They would be in. And the Sixers are in the play-in Wednesday night. You can listen to the Flyers tonight on 97.3 ESPN. And the Sixers on Wednesday night on 97.3 ESPN. So it was an interesting weekend at Citizens Bank Park. We'll look at that. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, joins us to discuss. And, Mike, they scored 4 runs in the first inning on Friday night. Said, all right, this new lineup might work. They didn't score again. Then they scored 4 runs in the 5th inning on Saturday, and then they couldn't score before or after. Then they scored 3 innings in an inning yesterday. So 27 innings, 3 runs scored. It seems that the offense still has problems that have not been fixed.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way, and they didn't help themselves yesterday with the way they ran the bases, basically. And, you know, you're looking at a series this weekend where they dropped 2 of 3 to the Arizona Diamondbacks. You know, you can make a case they probably should have swept all 3 games. They had a 4-0 lead Friday night. They won Saturday's game and yesterday's game. That should have been a 10-3 or an 11-4 win. Instead, you have a team that's, lost their second straight series and kind of finds itself meandering along at 7-8. The only positive, Mike, is it seems like all of baseball is meandering along at either 7 or 8 or 8-7.
Except for the Braves, who last year got off to a terrible start and never were in it. And now the Braves look like, they are going to be somewhat formidable. And listen, they're 2.5 games up. But you wonder, the Braves being back to where they were, how long can the Phillies kind of scuffle along here? And Mike, if they are kind of bebopping around 500 and the offense is up and down, I don't know what you do to shake this thing up.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, Mike. And obviously it's early in the baseball season. The baseball season is a marathon, but you can't win a marathon, a 26-mile race, an elite marathon, which is what the baseball season is, if you fall behind by a quarter of a mile or a half a mile in the first 2 miles. You just won't be able to catch up. So, yeah, 2.5, nothing to worry about now. But if it were to get any bigger, then you might have some issues. And again, Mike, you're talking about a team that's on a 9-game homestand right now. You're on a 9-game homestand in April. That means you're going to be on the road an awful lot in July and August. They need to win these games, and they've got a series coming up with the Cubs where they're throwing Sanchez tonight and Luzardo on Wednesday. And if you have those 2 guys pitching in a series, to me, it's almost a must that they have to take 2 of 3 against the Cubs to build some momentum going into the weekend against the Braves.
Obviously, the lineup this weekend will not be the same. They stacked all their lefties. Thompson said, Mike, strong consideration that Adolis Garcia will be that guy. But now you're at the point where you got to wonder, can you hit him in the middle of the lineup?
Well, somebody's got to hit in the middle of the lineup. I mean, every game I've ever been to, somebody's batted 4th. So, and I granted it's not going to be Brandon Marsh because you don't want to stack the lefty. So the obvious candidate is Garcia, and he will get a shot at it, I believe when the lineup comes out here momentarily, because there just are no other candidates right now. Alec Boehm struggling. JT Realmuto banged up a little bit, struggling. And that leaves you with Garcia, basically.
Yep, Garcia, by the way, I thought his at-bat in the 9th was awful. And he's down to 204, I think it is, or 209 for Adolis Garcia, who strong consideration that he will hit in that 4-hole today. But again, every time you move somebody here, there, and everywhere, Mike, it seems that they're a guy short there or they're a guy short there. This lineup almost feels like they're 2 bats short. Yeah,
I mean they've been missing that that big right-handed bat, forever. Basically, it's almost like, Mike, the bottom of their order is pretty good, but and the top of their order is pretty good, but they're missing that classic 4-spot guy, the guy who kind of fulfilled that role in 2022 when they were at their best in the postseason was Rhys Hoskins.
Yeah.
but they never really replaced that right-handed power bat since Hoskins left. And I'm not saying they should have kept Rhys Hoskins. He had a bunch of other issues. And, of course, he hasn't really set the world on fire since he's left Philadelphia. But for that stretch from late September through to Game 6 of the World Series, Hoskins was that right-handed power bat, and they've never replaced that guy. Kind of like, Mike, in 10, they lost Jason Worth, and they never replaced Jason Worth in the lineup, and was actually the start of the Phillies' demise for that group from 07 to 11.
Mike, you wrote about it at pressofatlanticcity.com. Bad baseball. That's what Bryce Harper said. This is, again, base running snafus. Harper trying to go for 2. He gets thrown out. At the end of the game, Marsh is not able to get back in time. Bad baseball, though, all weekend long. And, you wonder how many times they can keep answering the same questions with the same answers before the heat has to go to somebody at some point.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. I kind of think this is the last ride for this group of guys. And, I think this is a team that needs to get its act together. I don't know what Bryce Harper was thinking about yesterday in the 4th inning. You have a team, Mike, that is struggling. And I was at the game, and you could see as soon as he hit it, he just put his head down, and he was running to second base. Now, he has a history of doing this sometimes, and sometimes he makes it, and sometimes he gets thrown out. But I thought yesterday in a game where, you had an offense that was struggling, we always listen to the Phillies in the post game tell us about just do the little things, right? Move the runner over, keep the parade going, hand the baton to the next guy. And the way they played yesterday was the exact opposite of that. Bryce Harper should have taken the leadoff single and built the inning from there. Instead, he tries to make something happen, and he gets thrown out by 20 feet at second base. And then in the 8th inning, same thing. Brandon Marsh takes off, doesn't look back in to see if the batter is swinging or makes contact, and basically gets doubled off to end the inning. So you've got 2 innings yesterday. You've got the 4th inning where they had a leadoff single. They have the guy thrown out at second base. They have the 6th inning where they scored 3 runs, but they should have scored 8 or 9 because they had 1st and 3rd with nobody out after scoring 3 runs in that inning and couldn't capitalize on it. And then they have the 8th inning where another base running mistake kind of cost them another 1st and 3rd situation with nobody out. So I thought I'm not going to argue with Bryce Harper. Bad baseball.
Yes.
I might have put another bad in there. Bad baseball. But I thought Bryce summed it up perfectly. I mean, they were terrible yesterday.
Well, Mike, I'm not a big, blame the manager guy, but this is an area where some will say, does he hold his guys accountable for these mistakes that you're making here? In the regular season, long games, you go through decisions that you make. I thought on the game against San Francisco, maybe he leaves Nola out there against Devers, and Devers hits a long ball off him. Okay, it's game 5 of the season, whatever. But a game like this early, and we keep talking about, well, you don't have the lineup, and it's the same mistakes and all this. At what point do you change the voice? And if you're not holding these guys accountable and the same stuff keeps happening, when do you start to hear Rob Thompson's name?
Yeah, that is a fair question to kind of be asked. I think Rob Thompson does hold guys accountable, basically. But the reality of the situation is, Mike, I don't care if, Miller Huggins or Sparky Anderson or Jim Leyritz or Tony La Russa or whatever great baseball manager you want to put in the Phillies uniform right now. I mean, if Bryce, what is that guy going to say to Bryce Harper after, he gets thrown out by 20 feet at second base? Yeah. Bryce Harper knows it's a dumb play, but what are you going to do? You got to take Bryce Harper out of the game? You got to bench Bryce Harper? You got to punish Bryce Harper? It's just not going to happen. We asked Rob Thompson about it after the game. Thompson said that Harper was just being aggressive. We asked Thompson if he feels the need to address that with Harper, and he said he knows that he kind of screwed up, and he probably does. So, sometimes, and I know you have this you're a big coach, manager guy, not having that much of an impact in baseball and basketball. I think in some cases it is true. I mean, if you change the voice or put a different guy in there, I don't think all of a sudden Alec Boehm and Bryson Stott are going to start hitting out of nowhere.
Well, it's funny, because I don't know if you watched Inside the NBA last night, where basically Shaq and Kenny and Charles were debating that, and they all were basically like, the coach doesn't really have any impact on the NBA game. Shaq says they have no impact at all. I'm more with Charles and Kenny, where I don't think they have as much impact as the fans place on these guys every single day. But same in baseball. I think these guys, especially during the regular season, but where I do think the managers and the coaches, they set the culture, they set all that stuff. And if the team is complacent, that's when you have to start looking at the manager.
Yeah, it is a fair question, and we'll see how it plays out. I agree with you. I think the manager today and the basketball coach on the pro level, it's more or less about managing the people in the room, not as much the X and O decisions that come up during the game. That's just a part of it. It's more or less kind of managing the personalities and managing playing time and kind of making sure that everybody is happy, basically. So that's the main job of the manager today. And I think Rob Thompson has done a good job of it. But we'll see. It'll be interesting to see how the Phillies, if they continue to meander along like this, if they're 500 in June or slightly below 500 in June, or they're 500 at the All-Star break and slightly below 500 at the All-Star break, maybe they do something to kind of shake it up a little bit. But, only time will tell. Hey, all these problems can be solved by a couple of home runs the next couple of days against the Chicago Cubs.
Yes. And by the way, it's funny because last year the Phillies won 96 games, and they're like, Rob Thompson's the worst manager. I said, well, if you won 96 games with the worst manager, it tells you how insignificant the manager must be.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rob Thompson might kind of unfairly criticize sometimes. I know fans kind of go after him. I know he had a tough series against the Dodgers last year where it seemed like every decision he made kind of backfired on him. However, he had a reason for each one of those decisions that was solid. I mean, I might not have agreed with his reasoning for doing it, but it wasn't just he's doing things willy-nilly or doing this and doing that. I think he's kind of limited in what he can do. Look, first and third, nobody out in the sixth inning. First and third, nobody out in the eighth inning. He's got the guys who are coming to the plate. They've got to produce there. Like he said, I don't care who's managing the team. What are you doing with this lineup? You still got to pick somebody to back cleanup, and nobody from 4 on down has stepped up to proven worthy of that spot, basically. So you change the managers, I still think you're going to have a lot of the same problems.
All right, Mike. Well, obviously, this is what ends up happening. We have the same group of guys for a while, and you're saying, well, you can't change the lineup. You can't change the players. We'll see what ends up happening. Hey, look, maybe the Phillies come out and score 3 in the first and 4 in the third and 6 in the seventh, and all of a sudden the offense comes to light. It is April 13th. It is early.
Right.
But a lot of the stuff feels very similar. Mike McGarry's back on Wednesday. We'll look at the NBA playoffs. The Sixers will play the Magic in the play-in. We got a whole bunch happening. The Flyers might make the playoffs. By the way, it is the first time in the history of the NHL that a playoffs will happen without the Rangers, Islanders, or Devils. Did you know that?
I did not know that, and that is hard to believe. That there are 3 teams in the metropolitan area, and none of them are in the playoffs, basically, in a sport where a lot of teams make the playoffs, And, Mike, it's kind of funny. Imagine if that happened in basketball or something like that. What would people say? Well, the playoffs went on for a long time without the Knicks or Nets in it. But, what would people say about the history or take a major market like New York off the table in the playoffs right away? I don't know all that much about hockey, Mike, but I'm fascinated. Why are all the good teams like Carolina, Florida? Why are the good teams in non-hockey spots? Why is Toronto, New York struggling? And why are like these new teams that nobody's really ever heard of? Why are they the good ones? And why are the core teams, I'll include the Flyers in there, why are those recognizable teams struggling? It's just crazy to me.
When you're stuck in Canada your whole life, you want to get to nicer weather.
There you go. There you go. That makes as good a sense as anybody, right there.
All right, Mike. We'll talk to you later, man.
All right, we'll see you Wednesday. Thank you.
Make sure you follow him at AC Press McGarry. Check him out. And, of course, all his coverage, local sports, Phillies, Sixers, everything happening. Mike McGarry, the Press of Atlantic City. This hour of the show is brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman.
Yeah, you want to go visit my friends at Craig A. Altman. They're in Vineland, where their location is in South Jersey, because when you have an injury, okay, car accident, slip and fall, serious workplace injury, you need somebody who has tough lawyers to handle your tough case, and that's what Craig A. Altman can do for you. Call them at 856-327-8899. Visit them online at craigaltmanlaw.com. Again, the office is in Vineland on Delsea Drive, backed by a affiliate law firm that knows how to win.
All right, coming up, I got the text board blowing up right now on the White Horse RV text board. We'll read and react to as many as we can. Plus, the Phillies Fastball segment is coming up in 12 minutes. All right, thanks to Mike McGarry. Don't forget, coming up, the Phillies Fastball. We'll get into everything Phillies with Geoff and Oscar. Hey, let me tell you about my friends at Branches Outreach. The mission is to provide food, clothing, and personal care items and compassionate support to individuals and families experiencing homelessness in K-May County. The past year, they have welcomed over 10,000 guests into the Branches Outreach Center and served more than 12,000 meals for those in need. The Branches Outreach is privately funded through donations from good citizens like you out there listening to the Sports Bash. Your support is needed year-round. They accept donations of food and personal care items during the week from 9 to 1:30 at the Branches Outreach Center in Rio Grande. Follow them on Facebook to learn more about them or visit them online at branchesoutreach.org to learn more. I am Mike Gill, and this is the Sports Bash. When we come back, it is today's Phillies Fastball segment. We'll take a look at everything that happened this weekend and get you ready for the series against the Cubs. What do the guys think about it? Jeff Kerr was at Citizens Bank Park all weekend long. By the way, some Phillies news. Jonathan Bolin to the injured list with a groin strain. Seth Johnson has been called up to take his spot on the roster. So Bolin out, Seth Johnson in. The first injury of the season to the bullpen has already occurred, so keep that in mind as well. All right, Oscar, Geoff, Phillies Fastball next on the Sports Bash. But first, we need two callers, caller 6 and caller 7 at 609-573-3776. Caller 6 and caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776. Caller 6 and caller 7. You are entered for this year's draft party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. One lucky winner will win a pair of Eagles Club Box tickets to a home game at Lincoln Financial Field. We also have an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort plus a $150 gift card. We have other gift cards, casino shows, tickets to concerts and comedy shows. It's a huge party. Our Eagles draft party. You must be present to win on Thursday, April 23rd at the Balcony Bar. Good luck. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, Phillies Fastball segment. Geoff and Oscar will join me for that in a moment. It is brought to you by Ventnor Social, the place to catch every Phils game this season. 20 big screen TVs, great food and drinks. It's a great spot. We will be there April the 30th for another Phillies day game watch party. You can stop out there and enter to win a trip to Baltimore to see the Phillies play at Camden Yards. We'll be there April 30th at Ventnor Social, 6417 Ventnor Avenue in Ventnor. By the way, congratulations to Aubrey in Egg Harbor Township and Brandon in Egg Harbor Township. They are our latest qualifiers for the Eagles draft party. We'll see them at the Balcony Bar, Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Phones, chances are running out for that. This is the final week for you to qualify. We'll have all our qualifiers. Don't forget, bonus chances in the morning during Unsportsmanlike. So listen for the sounder during Unsportsmanlike weekday mornings. If you haven't been getting in on the phone and you want to try to get in, listen to Unsportsmanlike, and you get another chance during the show there as well. All right, Phillies Fastball segment again brought to you by Ventnor Social. Having a lot of fun with this segment. The guys, Geoff was at the game all weekend long. We'll get some insight from him. And obviously you look back to the weekend that was. 3 games, 2 of 3 Arizona wins the weekend. Late inning rallies, inconsistent run support. They only scored 3 runs in 3 innings all weekend long. They jump out to a 4-0 lead on Friday night. They win the game on Saturday after being down 2-0 early. Then yesterday they have a 3-2 lead after Trey Turner hit that home run, and then the bullpen can't hold on. So let's start there. We'll start with Jeff Kerr today. What do we make of the weekend that was at Citizens Bank Park?
I'll tell you what, Mike. I think the biggest takeaway is they played 27 innings and they only scored in 3 of the 27 innings. I mean, they averaged what? How many did they end up scoring yesterday? 3? I forget already.
Yeah, 3.
4-3 yesterday.
So he scored 11 runs. And like Oscar pointed out in Phillies Weekly last night, I think it was 2.8 runs per game they had during the week. But it is 68 of their last 76 innings, they have not scored a run. This is a problem. It's a big problem. And now you're not getting anything from Alec Bohm or Bryson Stott. Bryce Harper went 10 for 19 this week, and that was the best you could do offensively. No wonder why he was so upset yesterday.
Well, he was also part of that base running that we're going to get into, but you're right. The bottom of the order, which had been helping them out early, they're now struggling with some of the middle of the order stuff, the bottom of the order. They're just not hitting with runners in scoring position. They just haven't had guys on base. And this is going to be interesting because, you wrote about this, Geoff, that there is strong consideration that Adolis Garcia is going to go to the cleanup spot, but he's not hitting right now either. He's almost under 200 on the season. So, quite frankly, guys, it was a weekend that really could get broke down into a microcosm of what this team is. Big innings and then nothingness.
I think Bryce Harper put it, and I know he was talking about his base running mistake, but it's probably this weekend was just bad baseball. I mean, that's the reality of it. What is it, 43? I think they've scored in only 3 out of 43 innings or some crazy things like that after the 2 shutouts they got in San Francisco. It was not a good week. It was pretty dreadful, to be honest with you. 2.83 runs per game is not going to do it. The first 2 weeks of the season, or the weekend with Texas, and then the week against Washington and Colorado, they score 4 runs per game. We went from scoring 4 runs to 2.83 runs per game. We're showing those slides as we go into this. But also our pitching. I mean, our pitching has been what I would call inconsistent. I know we have a better bullpen, and the bullpen have looked better, but our starting pitching has been inconsistent. You get good Taiwan this weekend with 2 previous starts that were awful for him. But then you have Christopher Sanchez not at full sync, and you have Luzardo where he allowed 5 runs on Saturday on one inning again. It's so, this team is so bizarre. I mean, it's really inconsistent the way the beginning of the season. Again, the world has an end. It's 7-8. It's the beginning of the season. But the Braves, by the way, the Braves are playing much, much better. I mean, when you start looking, they're 10-6, and they're scoring 5.6 runs, and they have the best ERA in all of baseball.
They're the only team, Oscar, to win every series this year. Only team in baseball to win every series, the Atlanta Braves.
Well, and guys, yesterday is one of those games, Oscar, that you're talking about. Hey, I know the offense doesn't give you much, but the strength of this team is the bullpen, and you got it to the 8th inning yesterday with a lead. That's a game that you're hoping the bullpen wins for you, but Keller not available, and then you're going to Jonathan Bolin. Jose Alvarado, guys, we got to talk about him a little bit here. Jeff Kerr, I know you've been liking Tim Mesa. Do we feel more confident now in Mesa over Alvarado?
So I'm writing about this right now on my Substack. It will be published after the show. But the Phillies, Rob Thompson told me yesterday, Tim Mesa is moving up the ladder. I was talking to him before the game and after the game. And look, he said, look, when we got him last year, his command was off and he wasn't healthy. And they felt like they could fix him. And give credit to Tim Mesa, give credit to Caleb Cotham. They believed in Mesa enough to make him the 4th lefty in this bullpen. Well, Kyle Backus is gone. Tim Mesa jumped him. He's going to jump Jose Alvarado next. He's been a high leverage reliever before. He was great in 2022 and 2023 with Toronto. That is the version of Mesa the Phillies are getting back. And I think they got to get Alvarado right. And Oscar is correct. Alvarado is noticeably heavier when you see him compared to before his suspension. I mean, Oscar's been right on the money of Jose Alvarado.
Yeah, Oscar, I wanted to throw it to you on Alvarado. What are you seeing there? Obviously, you see the numbers, 12.60 ERA. A lot of hits, 9 hits, 8 runs. The walks, 3 walks in just 5 innings. So mechanical something, is it the weight? What do you see from Alvarado?
Look, I think he basically, I mean, if you ask me, I think he took the winter off, and he came back here, and he's trying to get back in shape. He was unlucky yesterday. The 2 hits they got against him, I mean, they were very weak ground balls, and they were just very well placed. And you see that in a lot of the teams like the Diamondbacks. I mean, you saw it against the Washington Nationals. They're making contact. Those are teams that are making contacts and are getting hits. I mean, if you make it's better to make contact than don't make contact, which is the issue with our hitters. I mean, that we're striking out too much. We have to make more contact. I mean, with regards to Alvarado, I think he will turn it around. It's going to take some time. They might put him in some non-leverage situations to get him back up. Now, the thing with Alvarado, he's a very emotional guy. So he likes to be in this situation. Unfortunately, he's not delivering at this point, and he just needs to step back and get his mechanics right. I do believe it's a combination of mechanics and getting things right. Look, he's throwing hard. I mean, it's not a matter of throwing hard, but he'll turn it around.
Well, Oscar, you said something that perks my ears up a little bit. You said maybe he took the winter off. This is a guy who got popped for 80 games. You would think that he would want to prove to everybody that, hey, I let you guys down last year. I got to help this team out. So this is a really disappointing, because you're thinking Duran, Kelver, and Alvarado, that you got 3 back-end guys plus Kerkering, and Banks, that you really have 5 guys that are quote-unquote high-leverage type of guys.
Yeah. I mean, to me, the way it looks, I don't know if he took the winter off, or I know he was posting last winter and he was working out every single day. I mean, unfortunately, he took something to lower his weight, and I mean, I'm seeing the weight up there right now. And look, he'll come around. This is a competitor. He's a proven guy. This is not the first rodeo that he's going around. But look, I tell you the same thing about our lineup. You got to, whomever is hot. Mesa has pitched in 7 games, and he's only allowed 2 runs, 10 strikeout, 1 base on ball. He's our hottest reliever right now. You gotta bring him up, and he needs to be together with Keller and Duran, the guy who needs to pitch.
He's the best reliever, and like if that's going to be your high leverage lefty, that's who you go with, and you hope Jose Alvarado gets right. And I agree, Oscar. You can't worry about how Jose Alvarado's feelings right now. You want your feelings fixed, pitch better. And
a couple things. Couple things I want to get. Friday night real quick. The big move in the game, Luzardo in the 5th. He faces McCann, a right-handed hitter. He's up around 80-plus pitches. You keeping Luzardo in that spot?
I think so.
I would.
He's a proven guy, yeah. Look, Luzardo has had bad luck. Kyle Fisher was saying yesterday in Phillies Weekly that his FIP is at 2. His ERA might be at what, 6 something or whatever the number is.
It's over 6.
Yeah, his ERA is 6.23. His FIP is at 2. So basically, he's been unlucky. He's had 2 or 3 innings like he had last year that were unlucky innings. He'll turn around. Look at his. We're looking at the screen at the chart here. Look at Luzardo. He's pitched 17 innings, 26 strikeouts, 4 base on balls. Those are elite numbers. Talking about our favorite word.
I'm not even concerned about them, honestly.
I'm not
that fifth inning was just frustrating because you've seen that before.
Yeah.
Remember against Milwaukee and against Boston, we've seen this happen to him, but he's still an elite pitcher. It's just a shame because something could have been more of a getaway day, even though they weren't really getting away from anything.
Yeah, well, I don't know that this is the big picture on Luzardo. It's just in this particular moment, he gives up the single to Marte. Vargas then singles. He did get Padermo to strike out looking. Then he has 2, and then McCann comes up. So it was a weird spot in the game. You're in the 5th inning. You do have the right-hander up, so you wonder in that spot because McCann ends up doubling 5-4. Now, that game's early. You have a chance to get back, but this goes back to the offense not being able to get anything done.
And James McCann, by the way, came into that game because Gabriel Moreno got hurt.
Yes, absolutely. Now, where I would have pulled out, and it was not in this series, it was Nola against San Francisco. He needed to take him out. He had a lefty like Devers coming up. It was a 6th inning. He needed to bring a lefty. Even if it was Alvarado, whoever it was, you cannot let Nola pitch, and that's the 3-run homer that lost the game.
Saturday,
it was
you
really
get
weird. But on Sunday, right? It was really weird how Sunday's both you put in Alvarado, that's your high leverage guy. But it was so weird because Tanner Banks was available. He got hot, and then they had to sit him. So I think that hurt a lot. And true. Tim Beza obviously had to pitch tonight because you weren't going to use Duran in that situation. But yeah, it was just one of those okay, it's that happened to Ryan Kirkring last year. How many times did Ryan Kirkring get hot and they had to sit him?
Right, get up and down. Saturday, by the way, you're down in that game. You end up coming back, but it's a similar situation. You have the back-to-back long balls that really fuel that win. So while they're nice, it's good to get the long balls. I do think it's a microcosm of this team. Is if you don't hit a home run, they cannot manufacture runs, but they are able to win based on their bullpen. Yes, Walker, by the way, give him some credit. He gives up 2. Everyone's slamming him. He settles back in, and then Meza, Kirkring, Alvarado, Keller, and Duran get the job done. That was kind of your blueprint game. Get a lead and turn it over to the bullpen with a couple of home runs.
By the way,
but only one inning. You score only 1 inning, 4 runs, and you forget about everything else. There's no way to win games that way.
There's also talk about what they're trying to do to get Taijuan Walker to his first inning struggles, which has been a thing since he's been with the Phillies. This isn't just this year; it's every year.
Yes. Well, let's get an update on that. What are they trying to do, and how much longer are they going to have to do this? Because what's the latest on Wheeler?
Yeah, so Wheeler's going to pitch Tuesday, and he's scheduled to pitch Sunday for AA Reading, but they're going to be in Somerset, so it's going to be really close. That's why Wheeler's going there. But Walker's going to be pitching at least on Friday, and what they're going to do is they're going to have him do a bullpen session where he gets hot. So, he's going to pitch a simulated game in a sense to get him going. They're trying everything right now, right? And Taijuan Walker, he said, there's nothing you can really do, but, he kind of, not he laughs it off because he's taking it seriously, but he's what do I got to do to, I can pitch every other inning. I just can't pitch the first inning. And Rob Thompson even joked, okay, so we do an opener. He's still got to pitch a first inning. It's just not the first inning.
To me, it's gimmicky. I don't think that necessarily is going to work, to be honest with you.
I don't know what's going to work.
Well, I guess the question is, how much longer is Walker even going to be in the rotation with Wheeler getting ready? We would imagine that maybe Walker makes one more start. Is that what we're thinking?
Yeah. One or at least one or two.
Yeah, so if we look at the schedule, Wheeler pitches Tuesday and Sunday. Wheeler would be scheduled to pitch, because I don't think they have a day off probably that Friday.
These are where the Phillies are. This is
Friday
Phillies.
so Friday the 1st. That sound right? Friday the 1st?
Walker, you're talking about.
Yes, for Walker. And by the way, there's the potential of doing a 6-man rotation right now to get Wheeler going. So it's not like Walker's going to be done.
That's true.
Yeah.
I guess you could do that. And then obviously that would give him a little bit extra, space between those starts. And then obviously yesterday you had the weird situation with Zach Pop having to get the start because of Painter's migraine. Now, Geoff, you were there. You kind of documented. You saw Painter doing long toss. I guess it was announced, about 45 minutes before the game?
45 minutes before the game.
That they were going to make the switch there.
So it was really weird. I got the text message. I was just finishing my lunch, and Andrew Painter scratched. We're like, hold on, let's go run. So I'm looking for Andrew Painter on the field, and I'm like, okay, I guess he's not fit. And it was weird because I saw him in the clubhouse, and he looked fine. But you're not going to diagnose a migraine anyway. You don't know how he's really feeling, and I thought he was getting ready for a start, getting ready to go, and turned out he was trying to combat a migraine that he woke up with, and he said he's never had it on the day of a start. He's always had it the night before. But when you're throwing up in the morning, that's some serious stuff. And for him to just even battle just to get out there and throw and said, just give him innings. And he said, look, when I went out there, I was 100% and I could go as long as they needed him to, 5 innings, 80 pitches. And, according to Bryce Harper, all he said was 4 words. He threw the ball well. 5 words.
He was special yesterday. He was really special. I saw the Andrew Painter that we saw 3 or 4 years ago. 7 strikeouts in 5 innings, only 3 hits. He looked the part, big time.
Yeah, 7 strikeouts.
And you know what, Oscar? Like you said, his curveball was great. His breaking pitch, his velocity was down on his fastball and his sinker, and he's still able to get those guys out. That's where you're a major league pitcher. And Zach Wheeler has even admitted that if I don't have my fastball, I take a lot of pride in being a major league pitcher. I'll figure it out.
I love his slider, by the way.
Yeah, and by the way, in 5 innings, he gave up 3 hits. He gave up a run. He had 7 strikeouts and just 1 walk. So Painter comes in after Pop gets the start, pitches the first 2 innings, and then they turn it over to Alvarado, and that's when the game kind of gets away from them there. Alvarado can't get out. He gets 1 out, I think, yesterday for Alvarado. Then Bolin came in. He gives up the hit. Did strike out 2. They turned it over to Mason, but they couldn't get anything going offensively. They lose 4-3, and the Diamondbacks win 2 out of 3. Tough one to swallow yesterday because some base running problems, guys, and this has been a problem the last couple of years, and Harper gets thrown out trying to get a double. Marsh doesn't know where the ball is, and then a weird thing, I noticed it this morning as I was watching the replay. Marsh sees the ball in the air, and then he goes to second base and taps it as if he had a tag second to go back. I was like, what are you doing? Not that he would have made it back to first, but I think it's indicative of the base running problems this team constantly has, and people wondering, are they being held accountable for this?
Yeah, I swear. I thought he didn't know that there were 2 outs. Or there was 1 out. I thought he thought there were 2 outs.
I think, look, he tried to. He tried to go to second, and it was unfortunate. Garcia should not have swung at that pitch. That's the other thing. You need to.
Garcia had a terrible at bat, Oscar. A terrible at bat.
Yeah, he should. If the guy's running, let him steal the base.
2-0 pitch. He swings and fouls one off, and Marsh is halfway to third almost.
Yeah. So look, it's very unfortunate. And look, it's. Like Harper said, it's bad baseball. It's just bad baseball, and that's where the Phillies are right now. And look,
and how do you fix it?
Guys, they need to get going. Or we're gonna start looking. We're gonna start looking at the Braves. Taking full advantage of the opportunity where you're not playing good baseball.
It's gonna be okay. Let's look at the wild card.
Look at the run differential, guys. Plus 46 for the Braves. We're at minus 16. We're the worst in our division.
By the way, talk about early. Last year, the Braves got buried early, and they could never get back into it. They just could not get going.
Year. Yeah. And the Braves said, we need to start fast this year. That's all they said in spring training. They knew this was coming. Remember, this is like the Phillies a couple years ago. We need to start fast, and they did. It was 2 years ago. They won 29 of 35 in May. What the Braves are doing, the Braves look like they could make a run like that.
Well, guys, obviously they got the Braves coming up this weekend, but before that, let's look at the Cubs series and set that one up for the people here on this Phillies Fastball segment today. Oscar and Geoff, obviously the Phillies turning over the rotation, Christopher Sanchez. They won't see a lefty until Wednesday, Imanaga, but they do have lefties in their bullpen, so you're not going to see the lineup stacked with all those lefties. But Christopher Sanchez goes tonight, and he got hit around in his last start, so I would anticipate a good one tonight from Christopher Sanchez, guys.
Yeah, me too. I'm expecting Christopher. I mean, I'm expecting that we're going to win 2 or 3 games. We have our best pitchers going out there. I mean, Andrew Painter, let's put him aside for now. But after that great relief appearance, but I do believe now. Look at the Cubs. They're 10th in hitting, and they're 10th in runs scored per game, and they are 6th in ERA. So, I mean, they're not going to be an easy walk. We're going to have to play much better baseball, but I do believe that having Christopher, Aaron, and Luzardo going, I think we have a very good chance of winning 2 out of 3 at least from the Cubs. And now things are going to become tough because when you start looking moving forward, you have Cubs, Braves, Cubs, and Braves. So it's not going to be an easy walk over the next 2 weeks.
No, not at all. And you mentioned, Sanchez tonight. He did not pitch well, so you would anticipate. But Nola, you never know what Nola you're going to get. So there's a key matchup in the middle. And then, of course, Luzardo, who looked really good and then kind of had that inning against Imanaga. But you're going to have to face a lefty in that game. So it's going to be interesting what they do with their lineup when they face the lefty on Wednesday, because now they're in this spot where they're going to be changing their lineup like all the time, still trying to figure out what to do here. They went with the lefties all stacked over the weekend, obviously not going to do that moving forward. And then you get to Wednesday. What do they do in that particular game there? Plus, you've got guys like Kemp and Sosa who haven't played in a little while now because of all the right-handers that you have faced and the fact that there was no lefty in the Arizona bullpen.
I'll tell you what, this is what I would do right now. I would play Mundito at third to get Alec Bohm something. Like, it's just not giving you anything. Like, just play him. Like, that's what he's there for. Or Otto. Any of these guys. Like, you got to give Alec Bohm some time right now. I mean, he's just lost.
I will start rotating Mundito this week, just playing almost every day, either at third or second, and just maybe he'll bring some energy to start sparking this team. Because this team, I mean, this team, the offense looked lifeless. I like what I'm seeing on the pitching, but the offense looks lifeless. Unless you hit a home run or a double, I mean, unless you have this, you need to start getting base hits, start moving the runners. You got to start creating baseball. I mean, versus just waiting for the big hit to come. It's not going to come, guys. It's not that easy.
This is why I really like having Garcia on this team. Sunday morning, I look, it's not noticeable, but the clubhouse is like kind of dead because it's, the morning game. It's a day game, right? Everybody's starting to fill in. You hear Adolis Garcia and Mundito, they're best friends anyway, but they're like, dude, we get to play baseball today. Like, they're fired up. Like, I don't think I think Kyle Schwarber has said when they try to do too much is when they have problems. I think Garcia may be trying to do too much, but I don't think he'll get caught in that, if that makes sense.
But in the dynamic of having Garcia and Sosa in the lineup and sitting close to each other and being in the field and how they jump at each other, you need energy. This team, I'm telling you, this team requires a level of energy plug into it, and I do believe that Sosa being in this lineup could help that.
Not
by the way, he's not an everyday player, right? He's not an everyday player. He's proven over time. But he brings a level of energy that I think his team is missing.
Yeah.
Not everything needs to be business-like. Like, you need more Justin Crawfords and Adolis Garcias and Mundo Sosa's in there.
Couple things, Geoff. I mean, you got a very complacent team, a bunch of guys who have been around each other for a long time, and that complacency sometimes leads to the play you're seeing on the field. A lot of guys hey, we all been around. And look, that goes to, you hate to say it, but the manager. Is he can he get more out of this team? Is his voice, a couple of years ago, they changed to Rob Thompson because of Girardi and the team's record was not where it was. They kind of took off. Here we are a few years later, and if this thing doesn't kind of pop here, you wonder if Rob's voice starts to get a little stale.
Look at the numbers. Geoff, look at the numbers on the upper right. Look at, we're showing us screens. Phillies, runs per game, 26 in baseball. Phillies ERA 24th on baseball. I mean,
Oscar, one of the things I tweeted yesterday, and Geoff, I said, at what point do the Phillies veterans look at a guy like Crawford and his approach to hitting? You know, he's not trying to hit a home run. He's just hitting the ball where it's pitched, hitting the other way. And he's hit a couple balls off the wall. Now, I know a lot of these guys have made their bones in the majors by hitting the ball over the fence or using the long ball. But the game is changing right now. Oscar, you keep bringing it up. Contact, put the ball in play. The guy who right now is the most successful is your 9-hole 22-year-old, and look at his approach.
Yeah, who has 15 games in the majors and isn't changing a thing, right? Everybody wants to move him up. No, you keep him ninth. You saw what happens when he's ninth. He gives the spark. You know what the story of that game was yesterday before Alvarado blew and then the base running blown? How Justin Crawford provides a spark in this all. He gets a double.
And by the way, Friday night, he hits the triple off the wall to keep that game alive. So
he's the second best in OPS on this team. Okay, for a guy that has a 70% ground ball rate, he's the second best OPS in this team. Number one is Harper at 902. Schwarber is at 879, and he's at 885. Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Analytics be damn, guys.
It's funny because before the season started, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, and he said he didn't like Crawford. He didn't think he'd be very good. I said, this is the kind of kid that you need now. These guys who want the launch angle and the home runs, that era seems to be kind of going away a little bit. These pitchers have figured how to. Well, these pitchers have figured out how to pitch to those guys.
Absolutely.
And you know who fits well in this new era? He's in Reading right now, and he's their DH, but he's going to be playing left field soon. Dante Nori. Like, I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of good players come through Reading. Justin Crawford, Aiden Miller. Dante Nori's up there. Like, he is legit good.
Real quick, before we get out of here, you just said Aiden Miller's name. You just said Aiden Miller's name. What's the latest on him, Geoff?
He's not swinging the bat. Yeah. He's not. It's going to be a while.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bad. It's gonna be there. I mean, look, Miller. I just think we just need to be patient and wait for the Phils to provide us the right information. But for now, look, I think the best energy that you can bring right now is put Mundito from Phillies Fastball. Mundito in the lineup. Put Mundito in the lineup.
You would like Sosa in that line. I know there's a lot of people who listen on the radio who keep saying Sosa should play more. Sosa should be the everyday guy. Forget Stott. Move on from him. Stott 196, a 260 on base percentage. I think the big thing there is they got to get him out of the 5-hole, get him back down to a less important position in the lineup. That would be one. We'll see what happens. Is the Phillies and the Cubs, our Phillies Fastball segment. It's brought to you by Ventnor Social. The guys are back again tomorrow. Thanks, guys. Of course, more Phillies Fastball for you in the lineup for the Phillies. There is some changes. Trey Turner will lead off. Schwarber, Harper, Garcia, as we hinted at. Brandon Marsh hitting fifth. Alec Boehm will hit sixth. So no Edmundo Sosa getting a shot today, although I do agree with Oscar and Geoff. I'd probably give Sosa just to start at third base, give Boehm a day off. Bryson Stott hits seventh. JT's back in the lineup today. He hits eighth. And Justin Crawford is in the 9-hole playing center field. Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Garcia, Marsh, Boehm, Stott, Realmuto. That is your Phillies lineup today. And our Phillies Fastball, it's brought to you by Ventnor Social. We will be there at Ventnor Social on April the 30th. Stop out and see us. When we come back, the NBA playoffs are set. The play-in matchup Wednesday night. We'll break it down. Keith Smith joins me next. 3:33 this hour is brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service installation. 609-390-3907 online, broadleys.net. The NBA play-in tournament begins tomorrow night. Now, the Sixers would have played tomorrow night, but the Flyers play at home. So the Sixers are now playing Wednesday night, and they will play the Orlando Magic, who basically vomited all over themselves yesterday in a horrendous loss against a Celtics team that was a 13-point underdog entering the game. So it sets up Orlando now having to come to Philadelphia. But does it matter? Joel Embiid will not play in the game unless a miracle happens, but we did not get any update on him yesterday other than he's doing as expected. But this is the Sixers. It's Joel. You never know what will happen. So let's break down the playoff matchups. Keith Smith's back. SpotTrack.com covers the NBA as the playoffs begin in earnest this weekend, and the 4 teams that will advance start tomorrow night. Keith, welcome back, man. How you been?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, man. So let's start with that game. Boston doesn't need the game at all. They're basically resting everybody. Orlando needs the win to host Philadelphia in the play-in game, and they end up losing that game. And you take a look now, they have to come to Philadelphia. I don't know that either one of these teams have a shot in when they advance here, but, man, what a way for the season to end for the Magic, who now have to come to Philadelphia on Wednesday.
Yeah, it was an absolute disaster of a game for the Magic. Like you said, Boston sat most of their top-end rotation guys. They had a couple guys out there that play regularly, but that was it. They only had 8 players. One of those 8 players had an issue with cramping, so they finished with only 7 guys, and they were able to, they had a big run in the third quarter, and they took it to the Magic. And for the Magic, this is just, it was the last in regular season that's been full of disappointment for the Orlando Magic. They've not played well. They've not played up to expectations. Jamal Mosley feels like he's really kind of lost that team and lost the handle for what they want that team to be. So it's a real mess. It's not I know Philadelphia's got their own issues, but it's not like they've got a juggernaut coming into town to play them tomorrow night.
Well,
or I guess later it will be.
Yeah, Wednesday night. It was supposed to be tomorrow. It would have been tomorrow if the game was in Orlando, but the Flyers play tomorrow here in Philly, so now it's Wednesday. Yeah, and you mentioned it. I mean, the Sixers, you and I have been talking for years. I mean, where does this rank in the bizarreness of the Joel Embiid story? It looks like he will not play. Probably, who knows if he's even ready for the first round of the playoffs. But they win their last 2 games. I know they're playing 2 teams that didn't have a lot of interest in winning, but you get the news that Embiid is out. That could have really sent them in a spiral, but give them a little bit of credit. They won those 2, but I would imagine that neither one of these teams really has a shot to move on.
Yeah, I mean, the winner plays Boston. We've, seen the Celtics kind of take care of business against both teams at points this year. They can give them games. Orlando will be very physical. They'll try to muck it up quite a bit. And then Philly, they'll spread everything out, especially if Embiid's not out there. They'll try to play really fast with Maxey and Edgecombe. I thought Edgecombe was really candid the other day when he's like, man, I'm exhausted. Which that's, I mean, every rookie hits the rookie wall at some point, and, he's just being honest about where he's at. So, it's just tough. But, yeah, I have a hard time seeing them beat, a Boston team that's going to be coming in pretty full strength. Guys are, doing pretty well. So it would be pretty tough. But I think Philly's got a good chance to beat this Magic team. As long as they kind of execute and play, they should be good. And then the bizarreness of it, yeah, you're right. I mean, I feel so bad for Joel Embiid. Like, this is not a lack of care type. Like, this is just, his appendix went, and it's awful that this happened to him, and that it happened when it happened. I mean, it just stinks. So hopefully he's able to get healthy and get back out there before the season ends.
Well, as Doc Rivers said yesterday, 6 straight years he has not really been able to be healthy in any of them. It seemed that the Sixers finally were going to be able to deliver him to the playoffs healthy, and then with 3 games left, the appendix. But in the matchup against Orlando, a very up-and-down year. Obviously they made the trade for Bane in the offseason. People were excited. Banchero, they've got an interesting core, but a non-Embiid Sixers Magic matchup. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, I think I think the Sixers, should again have enough. Philly, especially when they don't have Embiid, they've got kind of everybody else. They tend to kind of turn the games a little bit into a track meet. They want to get up and down. They want to play fast. They want to score points. And that's where Orlando can really, really struggle. If it's just a very slow-paced game, it becomes a kind of a defensive rock fight, then it becomes, much more in the Magic's advantage because that's how they play. But if Philly can push pace, if they can get it played up and down, they can get points put on the board, it can be tough for the Magic. I mean, if the Magic are making shots, that still happens quite a bit, it's going to be really hard for them to win.
All right, that's Wednesday night right here on 97.3 ESPN. The winner Wednesday night would play Boston at 1 o'clock on Sunday. The loser will play the winner of the Miami-Charlotte game. And I would imagine, essentially everybody is hoping that Miami finds a way to win this game, although Miami's the team that no one ever wants to get out of the play-in because they always have something up their sleeve. But this Hornets team, I find it bizarre. They've been one of the best teams. Everyone's afraid of them. But if the playoffs were the playoffs the way they used to be, they would not be even in it as one of the top 8 teams. But I got to imagine of all the play-in teams, this is probably the most dangerous.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that were hoping, they were glad to see them lose a couple tough games down the stretch that kept them out of the top 6 and put them in the play-in tournament. But I know, then even more people are like, kind of glad they're on the other side of the play-in tournament because maybe Eric Spoelstra gets in the lab here and comes up with some kind of crazy defense to slow that Hornets team down, and they're able to do enough to get that victory. But yeah, that Charlotte team is really fun. They were really bad in the first about third of the season. And then the last 2/3 of the season, they have been fantastic. The way they have played, they're just making plays on both ends of the floor. They play hard. They can really shoot and score. And if they beat Miami, I think you're going to see, even though they'll be on the road, I think you're going to see a lot of people pick them to beat Philly or Orlando. I think people are that high on this Hornets team.
I would agree. And by the way, that game, they played Philly on Martin Luther King Day. They beat them by about 50. And from that point on, they were just a wagon, man. They just played really, really good basketball. One of the best 5 teams, I think, in the league down the stretch. So they're the play-in on the East. Portland and Phoenix also will play tomorrow night. Obviously, Phoenix is an interesting story because this is a team with total changes out there. I would imagine neither one of these two teams, though, have a shot to beat Oklahoma City.
Well, the winner of that game will play
Golden State, the Clippers loser, right, and then the winner of that game would play Oklahoma City.
Yeah. So they'll get it's just the way the play-in tournament works. You win the 7-8, you're the 7. But it doesn't matter. Neither one of those, whoever comes out of the West is not going to challenge the Spurs or the Thunder in the first round. The Thunder, I think, I don't think it matters at all. I'll give the nod of respect to the veteran guys like Kawhi Leonard and Stephen Curry if one of them make it through. I'll also give Devin Booker that respect as well. But they're not going to beat the Thunder. Maybe they can take a game off them at best. And the Spurs, it's kind of the same thing. The Spurs are just as good. Unless Victor Wembanyama for some reason isn't right to go, he's going to get another whole week off now to kind of heal up from that rib injury. If he's right and ready to go, none of those teams have a chance to beat either one of those guys.
Well, I'll tell you what, the West was wild yesterday because the fact that Denver ends up now facing Minnesota and the Lakers face Houston, Minnesota is probably thinking, hey, we got a good shot here, and now they get stuck playing Denver. Yesterday did have, as much as the last couple of weeks has all been about the tanking, there were a couple of quirky things that happened to change the complexion on the Western side.
Yeah, absolutely. Denver, they played Jokic. The plan obviously was to play him enough that he's award eligible, and then they didn't really play any of their other guys. All the rest of the starters sat. They also sat Tim Hardaway Jr. has been their top reserve, but Jokic alone in his minutes did enough to kind of get him out in front, and then the rest of the guys just took it. Now the Spurs didn't play Wembanyama, and the Spurs were being kind of cautious with some of their other guys, but it was enough for Denver. And if you're the Spurs, that kind of missed a real chance there because the Lakers, we don't know if Luka Doncic or Austin Reeves are even going to be able to play again this season. And if you're the Spurs, you would have loved to have had the winner of Lakers-Wolves in the second round instead of, what's probably going to be the Nuggets. You could have bounced the Nuggets over to the Thunder. Then you got, your Thunder would have had to work to beat the Nuggets. We know that in the second round, and then the Spurs could have been sitting. Now the Thunder, their path is beat up on whoever makes it out of the play-in tournament. Then you're going to get Lakers-Rockets. That's not going to be a challenge. Either one of those teams. The Thunder are going to be sitting there waiting for, San Antonio or Denver in the West Finals.
Crazy stuff out west. On the east side, Detroit will play, obviously, either Miami, Charlotte, and then the loser of Wednesday's game between Philly and the Magic. But at this point, it feels that less people are talking about Detroit as the 1 seed and more people are now focused in on Boston. Who's your favorite in the East?
Yeah, I'm going to give that nod to Boston because they've been there, done that. They've played like the best team in the East for the last couple of months, especially after Jason Tatum got back. And I think their guys, for the most part, their main guys, they know what it takes to do this. But people are starting to talk about like Detroit. I've heard people suggesting, well, whoever makes it out of the play-in tournament, might beat the Pistons. And I just, I have a hard time, seeing that. Detroit has been so good all year long. They play so physical. Cade Cunningham is, he's just such a, tough guy to match up with the size and the scoring he brings. Jalen Duren's been great. The one thing that can get sideways for the Pistons is their shooting. They don't have a lot of consistency in their shooting outside of Duncan Robinson. But if they're able to kind of play it, playoff style, lower scoring, lower possession games, defense focus, they're going to be really tough. So I think people have got to start giving the Pistons their due.
All right, Keith Smith talking a little NBA playoffs. You had, I thought, interesting yesterday, Atlanta seemingly would rather play the Knicks. Did you get that vibe as well?
Well, I think Atlanta thought that Orlando wouldn't barf all over themselves, as you put it, and would help them out. But, and I think they were like, well, they didn't do it, so we'll go play the Knicks. And that Hawks team, I think, in some ways I do think they kind of match up with the Knicks a little bit better. The Knicks are not quite as big on the interior, and that's where the Hawks can really struggle is teams that put a lot of size on the floor. Maybe Mike Brown, he hasn't done a lot of it in the regular season. Maybe he'll go more to Mitchell Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns together, and that could give the Knicks some trouble, but the Hawks some trouble. But I think again, Hawks, they've had a nice regular season. I don't know if they're quite ready to win in the playoffs, whether it's the Knicks, who they will get, or if they had played the Cavs.
There you go. And then Toronto plays Cleveland in the matchup for the 4-5 as well. So they are your playoff matchups. Sunday, if Philly wins on Wednesday, they will play Boston. If they lose and then won on Friday, they would play Detroit. So that's the matchups there in a Sixers-Celtics playoff matchup. Doesn't feel like it would go Philadelphia's way. We'll see what happens with Joel Embiid. There's a quick preview. Couple quick things. The big story, obviously, this whole season seemed to be tanking and that. Do you expect big-time changes to take place as soon as next season?
Yeah, I do, and I think we're going to get those big-time changes here in the next probably, let's call it next week or two. I think is when we'll get those announced because they're going to need to do, or maybe next week or two, within the next month, because they're going to want to, let the teams know, hey, here's what we're changing, here's what we're doing, before they have to get everything ready for next season. They want teams to know what the rules they're going to be working under are, and they seem very committed to, we are going to change this stuff because they seem very against what's happening. My fear is that I think this is a little bit of an overreaction to something that it's a problem, but I don't know that it's quite the problem they've made it out to be.
All right, Keith Smith, as always, playoff basketball. Again, it's back. The playoffs are finally here. Keith Smith, NBA. Cover all his stuff at Twitter X, at Keith Smith, NBA. Thanks, man.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
As always, Keith Smith, we always appreciate his NBA insight. Give us a little national stuff there. As you can check him out at spotrack.com. He is the host of the Front Office Show podcast. Mike Gill, the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, the Sixers, they will take on Orlando. And, listen, I don't think it really matters who wins the Philly-Orlando matchup. They're going to get bombed. I would imagine Philadelphia or Orlando probably get swept by Boston. If those two teams play, the matchup starts on Sunday. That is a 1 o'clock game for the playoffs. The game on Wednesday night is a 7:30 tip time. You can listen to the game with Tom McGinnis right here on 97.3 ESPN. And, it's just deflating that Joel is unable to play. I mean, if Joel plays, who knows what ends up happening. Maybe they end up winning that extra game, and maybe they jumped up to the 6th seed. Who can doubtful, though. I don't think that would have happened. Now, do the Sixers beat the Celtics with Joel healthy 100%? No. But I go into a matchup with the Celtics figuring you're going to get swept. Maybe 4-1 as your best possibility. So it's so deflating that this has happened. But if Joel's there, at least I can say, okay, maybe it's a 6-game, 7-game series, and you see what ends up happening. He gets going, and you got Paul George and Maxey and Embiid, and instead it's just a lost year. It's just brutal. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We got a busy week for you here on 97.3 ESPN. Flyers tonight against Carolina. Tomorrow it's Flyers and Montreal. Wednesday, it is Sixers and Magic, followed by Warriors and Clippers. Friday, we'll have a doubleheader play-in. It could be the Sixers. Hopefully not. They take on either Charlotte or Miami. And then on Saturday, the playoffs get underway. We'll have the Lakers and the Rockets. And then on Sunday, if the Sixers are in the playoffs, we will have that game for you on 97.3 ESPN. The Phillies also are the Sunday night baseball game for you. They take on the Braves on Sunday night baseball. Oh, boy, it's a busy week here. But when we come back, it is Geoff Mosher. It is Football at 4. It is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And right now, caller 6 and 7, we're going to enter 2 more people. We're running out of spots for the draft party. You want in? You want to win Eagles Club Box tickets? 6 and 7 right now. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 6 and caller 7 right now. You are in for this year's draft party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. You must be present to win. Draft day, April 23rd. One lucky winner will win Club Box tickets to an Eagles home game this season. We also have an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort that includes a $150 Ocean gift card. And we've got concert tickets, comedy shows, more gift cards, and more prizes for you. Caller 6 and caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776. Football 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We'll be at the Fanatics Sportsbook on April 23rd. It's the day of the draft. George in Summers Point will be there. Luke in Galloway will be there. They're our latest qualifiers. And, of course, you can stop out to the Balcony Bar on Thursday, see the show live. Big screens, big bets. Game day hits different at Ocean. To learn more, visit theoceanac.com. Don't forget to check out the live entertainment. Aaron Lewis on Friday night. Also, comedians Tony Hinchcliffe, April 24th. Bobby Lee, May 2nd. Matt Rife, July 24th and July 25th. Joey Diaz, August 7th. And Sebastian Maniscalco on September 17th through the 20th and the 24th. Through the 27th, Ocean Casino Resort is this year's host for the Sports Bash Draft Party, where you can win a pair of club box seats to see an Eagles home game this season. Adam Kaplan is back. Geoff will be in tomorrow. So a Mosher Monday leads over to a Adam Kaplan Monday here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And obviously, Adam, after I think it was right after we talked on Friday's show, the Eagles made a trade for a wide receiver, Dontavian Wicks. So let's get into that and see what kind of message this is starting to send for the Philadelphia Eagles. Adam, welcome. How are you?
I'm good, Mike. I hope you're doing well. We know who the Sixers are going to play, Orlando in the playoffs. So we've got that behind us, and let's get right to the Wicks trade. So a couple things here. We did a really cool pod with Greg Cosell, who Greg works for us. Everybody knows who he is. And we did a quick one. It's up on our podcasting platform. The YouTube version will be up later today. But Greg breaks him down. He actually, I remember we did a pre-draft show in 2023, and Greg loved him for that draft, come out of University of Virginia. So here's what I'm told, and I'll throw in something that Geoff had in our regular pod, which we already put up on all platforms at 6 a.m. Eastern. But what I gather on this situation from talking to multiple people I trust, he just really fits what they want in a receiver for the future in this system, in the West Coast system. Wicks is not fast. He ran a 4.62 at the combine. That hurt him. He followed up his pro day, didn't do much better at 4.58, but the tape tells you he's a run after the catch, good route running, good size receiver, just under 6'2", long strider, good route runner, but you need to scheme him open. There's a lot to like about this player. Some would say he's been given a wonderful opportunity more than once with the Packers and kind of has underachieved. Hands have to be better. Ryan Mahaffey, the Eagles' new tight ends coach, obviously was with him as well. Sean Mannion, that's a big reason. But Geoff had a really good nugget, and this matters. It's a player that Howie Roseman really liked. I don't know who Geoff talked to, but it's obviously someone who would have known, who probably would have been in the draft room then when he was drafted in 23. So whoever it may be, or whatever information Geoff got, that stuff matters to me because we've talked a lot about it on our 9 years. Howie, whether it's the draft, a trade, or free agent signing, Howie likes to add players he really, really likes, not just likes by scheme. There's something they like about this player. Now, Mike, it's interesting. They've extended his contract. He's owed on a just $4 million this season. He's going to make $12.5 million in total cash in 27. The 2-year cash total is just over $17 million. That is not backup money. It's not great starter money, but that tells you he's going to have a role right away.
Right, and obviously, if A.J. Brown is not part of the equation this season, they had signed Hollywood Brown and Elijah Moore, and now Dontavian Wicks. This almost feels a little bit like the Packers, where they had a bunch of guys in that offense out there. Obviously Smith would be the main guy here, but do they have enough now that they would feel comfortable moving on from A.J. Brown?
All right, so let's look at it two ways, and we'll move on to something else. So if Brown is here, let's look at the reality of he's still here. He hasn't been traded yet. And if there's going to be a trade, it's almost certain to be June 2nd. You could agree to one during the draft, but it won't be official to June 2nd for cap purposes. So you're looking at right now, as we speak, your starters are absolutely clear. Brown and A.J. Brown, that is, and Devontae Smith. That's not up to debate. The three, it could be Wicks, it could be Brown, okay? And then you've got Johnny Wilson coming off a major knee injury. He's only there to block. Boy, did they miss him, though. Let's not sugarcoat it. They missed him in the run game. There's no question about that. And then Darius Cooper was a great story as an undrafted free agent. That's that there, and Elijah Moore, who's a slot receiver, a Z receiver, he would vie time as when they go 11 personnel as a slot receiver, and also to back up Devontae Smith. If A.J. Brown is traded, you're looking at Wicks and Hollywood Brown opposite Devontae Smith, and almost certain they would look to draft a player. It's not a lock they would do it. Look, they don't have access to other teams' draft boards, but as we said for many years, when the Eagles had a plan of drafting a particular position, different player, the board gets blown up if that guy goes before them. You don't reach for one just because you need one. That's when you make bad decisions. So that's kind of it, what it'll look like without Brown, A.J. Brown, and with him.
Yeah, well, look at the Eagles' wide receiver depth now, adding Wicks to the room. And, he knows this offense. I mean, that has to be added and a big part of this as well.
Yeah. Well, now, again, you say that, yes, it's a West Coast system. He absolutely will know the terminology. They're going to switch to the verbiage system, which is different from the numbering system they've been running. That takes some time, so he'll know the language. That's very important. Hurts and everyone else has got to learn it. But again, it's what system are they running? We know it's West Coast. Is it's going to be mostly McVay? We know they're going to run some McVay. Whether it's going to be 75%, 100%, is it going to be 50-50 with Shanahan, which is different. He's more. And by the way, Kyle Shanahan uses a fullback, where Sean McVay and Matt LaFleur do not. That we need to make that point. So now, could Carson Steele be a fullback, who they signed from the Chiefs? Is a big athletic player, running back. He's a big dude. He's a pretty good athlete. Could he play fullback? Well, it's possible. He's 6'1" and just under 6'1" and 230 pounds. Maybe he plays that Ben Van Sumeren role at fullback. Van Sumeren, by the way, is a free agent right now. He's coming back from yet another major injury. So yeah, we've outlined that. And Britton Covey, by the way, is still on the roster. He's still under contract as a punt return, a backup slot. Quez Watkins and Danny Gray. Quez Watkins, Mike, will never go away. It's amazing.
Yes, they brought him back. That I think people might have slipped that one under the radar here. Adam Kaplan, Football at 4, host of the Inside the Birds podcast. I want to get your take. Let's just hypothetically say AJ wasn't here. What is your take on Devontae as a main target number one guy?
All right. I know that there's certain people with the Eagles think he can be, and I don't doubt that. Look, he's been on 1A. He to me is like Jalen Waddle. We could debate whether he's a number one pass target. Well, you take Brown out, A.J. Brown out, there are a lot of freed up pass targets. Well, you're going to divide him with Dontavian Wicks, Hollywood Brown, a potential of a draft pick. I mean, there's no question that they would look to add a receiver. It doesn't have to be early, by the way. Now, let's not forget, we didn't mention this in terms of the pass target tree. At least for this season, don't forget about Dallas Goedert and the potential of them drafting a tight end. No question about that.
Which we've hinted at the last couple of years, right? They did sign a bunch of guys. They got a bunch of guys in the room, but Calcaterra is back. They brought a blocking tight end in as well, but they probably have to find the guy that is ready to be the heir apparent to Goddard at some point, true?
Yeah, and see, this is the thing. As we talked about on today's show, they still have like 7 needs for the draft. Remember, the draft is about the future. That goes on your point. They're fine for this season. But for the future, Mike, right now they have 5 tight ends on the roster. Only 2 of them are under contract past this season, and none of them, we're talking about Jaheim Bell and E.J. Jenkins. They're highly unlikely to make the team. And you should know, Stone Smart got $225,000 fully guaranteed. So it doesn't mean he'll be on the team, but they like him enough to probably that he'd be a practice squad player. So there's a lot going on here with this Eagles offense, and let's not forget their biggest need for the future, Mike, is Lane Johnson's replacement. It doesn't mean that they wouldn't draft a cornerback early or a safety. We know that, folks. We're aware. They have bad depth on the offensive line. They have to address that for the future. They have, again, 7 needs for the future, Mike, in this draft. But they've got a lot of draft picks. You know how he's going to move around a little bit. That always happens.
Yep. So in closing here, you look at all the wide receiver in the room that they had. They signed Wicks. They've added. Do they now have the flexibility in their mind to say, you know what, we have enough here. Let's go ahead and move on? Because I think we've discussed this is probably the offseason that they would get the most in return for A.J. Brown, correct?
Well, yeah, you don't want to wait because he'll be 30 next June. maybe he's got 2 good years left in him. I'm stunned. I got to be honest with you, Mike. In our reporting, I put this out back, in 22. I believe in 22, they didn't practice A.J. Brown on Wednesdays. We're talking about the Titans. Our reporting suggested that he had 2 knees they were concerned about, one more than the other. They embarrassed him. They really insulted him with the offer that they gave him, which is strictly injury-related. They loved A.J. Brown as a person, as a player. He connected with everyone, great football player for them, but they were worried about the long-term longevity of his knees, and one in particular. But the Eagles, this is another great trade. You got to give it to Howie. He was very aggressive with John Robinson, the former general manager, and it's ironic he was fired, John, shortly after that game, where remember AJ went off against the Eagles in 2022, I guess, whatever that was, or 23, whatever that was, Mike. Mm-hmm. So, they're in really good shape here to do what they need. Can they win without A.J. Brown? I want to reserve judgment to see what they get back in the trade, and if it's during the draft, do they do any? If they get compensation for this year instead of next year, I want to see if they spend a high pick on a receiver first.
That will be a very interesting moment at 23 if the Eagles take a wide receiver. I would imagine like anarchy will happen. Everybody
would surprise me, but again, that would tell you on your question about Devontae. It's not that they don't think he could be a number one. If there's a receiver they like, and by the way, Wicks would definitely be the 3. He would not start. There wouldn't be you would expect at 23 that guy would start year one. It doesn't always happen, but you go in thinking he will start. But they would be set for the future. And don't forget, again, Wicks is signed. They extended his contract. So if he doesn't start year one, it's not a big deal.
Adam Kaplan, Football at 4. Check out the Inside the Birds podcast. They go even deeper on the Dontavius Wicks deal and what it means for this Eagles offense. Check that out over on all podcasting platforms. Adam pinch hitting for Geoff today, who will be back tomorrow right here on Football at 4. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
All right, quick little pinch hit right there as Adam Kaplan jumps in to the Football at 4 hot seat. And I want to talk a little bit more about this move and the possibility of A.J. Brown. You know, all this A.J. Brown talk, we've been waiting and waiting and waiting. Now they signed Hollywood Brown and Elijah Moore and now Wicks. The Wicks deal, to me, is an interesting one. The other two, Brown can fit. He's a kind of a take the top off the, he's more of a one-trick pony. Moore is a very Eagles-esque signing. Elijah Moore, second-round pick, had talent. Let's see what happens if we get him into our building. Dontavian Wicks, though, to me, he's the guy that can play outside and can play inside. He has familiarity in this offense. He knows Sean Mannion. Mannion obviously has a voice to say, guys, there's a guy in Green Bay that I think can fit this offense, and if he has a bigger role, he can do more. But even if he doesn't have a big role, he can still be productive. So the Wicks deal to me is one that certainly now makes them say, we have flexibility to make a deal for A.J. Brown. Because before, I don't think Hollywood Brown and Elijah Moore and what else ever you got is enough. Now, I think Sean Mannion showing that his voice is pretty big, and I don't want to say huge in that room, but hey, guys, there's a player I think fits my offense. Let's go out and get him. He knows my offense. Let's get him. Let's bring him in here. And if you get a deal that you feel comfortable with for A.J. Brown, I think we have a guy that can quote-unquote replace him. Now, he's not going to replace A.J. Brown in terms of probably production, but they feel like they have a guy that knows the offense, that has more talent to give production-wise on the field. This trade, I think, adds way more, very more intrigue to the Eagles' possibility of moving on from A.J. Because before, I just don't think the room was good enough. Now, is it a great room? No, but I was saying this to Adam. This wide receiver room now all of a sudden feels like the Green Bay room. I would say Smith is better than Dobbs. But everybody else, you've got guys who kind of all fit something. There's just a bunch of guys. It's like a team having a bunch of number 2 and 3 starters. and you just got a bunch of them. You got 5 number 2s and number 3s, but you don't have an ace. But you also have no number 4 and number 5 starter. You just have a bunch of guys who are just kind of 2s and 3s. That's what the Green Bay offense was. And quite frankly, it's one of the reasons why I didn't really like Green Bay over the last couple of years. I always said they don't really have a guy that worries me on offense. They just got a bunch of guys. And conversely, part of the reason I'm not worried about that is because the Eagles secondary, Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, are so good. But Wicks having familiarity in the offense, being different from the guys that they currently have, he can play inside and he can play outside. So he can play here with A.J. Brown, but he could also play here without A.J. Brown. So if you look at Howie Roseman, and if he gets a phone call, which I'm sure he already has, and we know the reporting about June 1st and something could happen afterwards, if he feels that he can get the deal done, I think he feels better today than he did on Thursday. And I think if the Eagles take a wide receiver in the draft, you'll know all you need to know about A.J. Brown's future, I would imagine, with the Philadelphia Eagles. You got Denzel Boston, Omar Cooper, Casey Concepcion. You've got some wide receivers that will be there at number 23. And if the Eagles take any of those 3, I would imagine A.J. Brown's future in Philadelphia is over. And if you have A.J. Brown and you can get a first-round pick, as we just talked about with Adam, this is probably the last year that you can get this kind of compensation. Now, Sal Powell was on Friday's show, and he said he didn't think the Eagles could get a first-round pick. If you remember, we had Sal Paolantonio on Friday's show, and he says he doesn't think there is a first-round pick to A.J. Brown, so we'll have to kind of see if that is out there for them. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Mike, Wicks will be a test for Mannion to see if Hurts is willing to throw over the middle. Yeah, Wicks is a guy who does a lot of damage in the middle of the field. He is an underneath guy. He is a slot guy. He is an outside guy. He can play inside and outside. Now, his numbers have not been off the page, but that's an offense that nobody really has numbers that are off the charts out there. There's been really no number one target in Green Bay over the last couple of years with Sean Mannion. Now, remember, Sean Mannion was not the play caller there.
A couple of things I want to point out really quick, Mike, is one, I hear what you're saying about the Packers and their wide receiver room, but I think that you would agree that Devontae Smith is better than anybody on Green Bay's wide receiver depth chart.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said Smith is better than Dobbs. I mean, Dobbs was probably their best guy, maybe Watson. They're different, but Dobbs is probably their most productive guy.
Yes.
But I think Smith is better than anybody that they have.
So to me, I think that it's when your number one productive guy, as the usual wording, is Devontae Smith and it's not Watson or Dobbs. I think it changes things a lot. The other part of it is, you mentioned about how Mannion didn't call the plays. Well, Mannion's background is not just with LaFleur. It's with Kevin O'Connell. It's with Sean McVay. These are all guys who have run variations of the West Coast offense, that Shanahan tree. And I would assume, based on what the Eagles have kind of let on in different, pressers, is that, Mannion basically is going to bring something very different than Philadelphia has seen. And maybe being different in and of itself might just be good enough.
Well, it's like the Phillies offense. They can't find ways to change it because they have the same personnel. So the Eagles are just saying, well, we have similar personnel. Let's just change the entire complexion of the offense. And now they bring in a different play caller who has a completely different style of offense. But to do so, they might have to bring in a guy that's a little bit more familiar with that offense. And it gives them a safety net now to say, we can trade A.J. Brown because we have a guy that knows this offense.
I do want to ask you, because you mentioned about the Sal Powell on Friday. Sal mentioned to you multiple times that he doesn't think the Eagles can get a first-round pick for A.J. And I know that you might not know the literal answer to this, but I'm just kind of asking just your perspective on it. Do you think Sal Powell was talking in terms of in the most I'm telling you no one's to give up a first round pick, or do you think Sal is just saying
I don't think
it's out
that.
there?
Yeah, I don't think he was reporting that. I think he's finding it hard
That's
to
just
believe.
his perspective.
Yeah, I don't think he was saying, according to my sources, they're not getting it. I just think he doesn't think that there's a first-round pick out there for them.
Gotcha. It's an
Now, they were
important
talking about this
clarification.
morning
Yeah.
whether or not the Chargers should get involved and offer a first-round pick. I think that was on the Eisen show before us today. He was talking about should the Chargers give up a first-round pick for A.J. Brown. So who knows? As you get closer to the draft, I don't know what everybody thinks about the wide receivers in this draft class.
I think that after the first 5, there's a huge drop-off is my perspective.
So you could probably, the Chargers, I don't know exactly their pick in this draft class, but do you wait and see if you can get one, or do you just say, you know what, let's get A.J. Brown?
Well, it's certainly possible that the Chargers also might be looking at the receivers differently than you and I are. You and I might say, hey, I really like this guy, or the Eagles might say I like this guy, but maybe the Chargers say.
But the Chargers could be in the same place that the Eagles were in when they traded for A.J. Brown.
Right.
They're right there, and now they feel like they need the A.J. Brown to put them over the top.
Right, because they already have guys like Ladd McConkey, but McConkey is not number 1 receiver.
No, and that's where they would say, well, the Eagles said, hey, look, we have Devontae Smith, and they went 9-8 that year, and they say, look, our passing game was just so limited. Let's go get a guy that can really change the complexion of our pass game, and they went out and got A.J. Brown. Maybe the Chargers say, hey, look, let's go did what Philadelphia did when they got A.J. Brown, and let's go get A.J. Brown.
Chargers have the pick right ahead of you.
22.
Yep.
So you could probably you're in the same realm as Philadelphia is with the same names.
Correct. And so if you're the Chargers, if you don't like who's maybe falling to you at 22, do you turn to the Eagles and be like, look, you move up, we'll take A.J. Brown?
Maybe they take the wide receiver at 22 and trade him to you for A.J. Brown.
Maybe that too.
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget Flyers and Hurricanes. Flyers win tonight, they're in. Flyers win tonight, they're in. You can listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Kevin Durso tonight at 5:30. But coming up next, it's today's Nuggets. We had a busy weekend. Flyers, Phillies, and Sixers all played this weekend and all have a story to tell. Knicks Nuggets is on the way. Earnshaw joins me for that next. All right, 431, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, I want to tell you about my friend Rocco and the team at Key Acura, Atlantic City. Go see them and see for yourself why they are South Jersey's largest ADX volume dealer. Now through April 30th, you can lease a sleek, sporty 2026 Acura Integra, $199 a month for 36 months. Go to Key Acura, Tilt Road, Egg Harbor Township. Visit KeyAcuraAtlanticCity.com and go see what all the excitement is about. Key Acura, the small but friendly dealer. See dealer for details. I don't know if there's more excitement about buying a new Acura, leasing a new Acura, or Flyers hockey tonight, baby. The Flyers with a win are in, and they would play the Pittsburgh Penguins in the playoffs, which I guess would start on Saturday or Sunday. And, of course, all Flyers hockey playoffs will be on 97.3 ESPN and Rock 104.1. It is time for today's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is back with today's Knicks Nuggets on the Sports Bash. What is up, Earnshaw?
What's going on, Mr. Mike Gill? Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what. I was driving home Saturday night following the 7-1 win over the Winnipeg Jets. And I'm driving past the city of Philadelphia, lit up totally orange.
Wow.
I don't know if I have ever seen that in my lifetime. Seriously. I mean, all these buildings, you see green for the Eagles, you see red for the Phillies, Sixers, etc. Bright orange, the entire skyline. It was awesome. I was like, oh man, they know. People are jumping on board. When you see the change in colors of the city to orange, you know Flyers hockey's back. You know it, Mike.
It's been a while, man. It's been a while. I got to tell you, Saturday night I was in. I watched the Phillies game Saturday afternoon, Flyers hockey Saturday night. I was probably more anticipating the Flyers game on Saturday night. And then I was a little bummed because they got out so early that I wasn't even able to kind of get into a game. It was just over.
Yeah, it was just over by then. All right, let's start with the Flyers, though.
Now, by the way, did you hear Saunders call on the first goal
on Saturday?
Yeah.
Yes, I did hear it.
Saunders calling the first goal, I think, was an epic. There was just it set the tone right off the bat because he scores 10 seconds into the game or whatever it was, and you're just like, dude, this is unbelievable. I got the call. I'll play it for you. All right.
Yes.
We'll play the call.
I will say I had a hand in helping out with that broadcast on Saturday, so I heard it. The Porter Martone goal, it was unbelievable. It was a great
There
goal.
we go. All right, here it is. This is Tim Saunders on 97.3 ESPN. My bad. I hit the wrong button. Can you believe this kid?
No, you can't. It was an unbelievable call, unbelievable goal. I mean, it was right off the bat. It was like just boom, bang. It's in the net already. Flyers are already up. Then Winnipeg got one back, and then the Flyers did not look back on Saturday.
But the best part of it was the second goal is Michkov. And I was talking about this earlier, the fact that you get the two young guys. If you can get Michkov kind of clicking at the right time, now you're cooking with gas here.
Yes, now it's like, all right, maybe they did have a plan. Maybe Jonesy and Briere had a little bit of a plan. I know Schweim's just continuing to go nuts all the time. I'm going to owe him a steak dinner because tonight, Nugget number one, if the Flyers win, they clinch their first playoff berth since 2020. It would end a 5-season drought that's actually tied for the longest in team history, 89-90 and then 93 to 93-94. And they would lock in a matchup with those dreaded Pittsburgh Penguins. We can't stand the Pittsburgh Penguins around here. And Mike, just seeing the city on Saturday lit up as orange. I mean, this is a feel that you kind of got in 22, right? Like when the Phillies kind of came back after their long drought. And now the Flyers, they're back after their long drought. So this has been a long time coming, especially for Flyer fans and hockey fans. It's good to see that the Flyers are back and people are excited again because it's awesome when hockey's good here. When I remember the 2010 run, it was a great time. It was fun. I got me into hockey as a kid. I went out and played ice hockey, in the pond in the winters because of that team,
Well, listen, it's almost, again, it's like when the Sixers did the process, they lost a ton of people who were just like, they were bad. But the first team that won 52 games and then got back to the playoffs, that was like the most fun that you've had with this team throughout the last, 20 years, it feels like. Since the 0-1 team that went to the finals, when that team got back to the playoffs, it was like you were back. And then that team kicked off a run of about 3 seasons where you were really into the Sixers. We'll see if this Flyers team can make people get back into the Flyers like night to night. Like that Sixers run, people would complain that they lost on a Tuesday night in February. They'd be like, they lost, and people would go nuts. I don't know if the Flyers will get to that point. We'll see.
I don't know if they'll get to that point, but I think the key to get to that point is the infusion of youth, the Porter Martones of the world, the Michkovs of the world. Those are the guys who are going to drum up the excitement. And if you, like you said, if you get Michkov on a little bit of a roll here heading into the postseason, you're off to a good start there. Then you're off to a really good start, and you're getting those young players that people can identify with, right? Those guys, hey, this is new, this is exciting. I want to root for those younger guys coming up, and that's how it is for most sports, right? You want those young guys. You want the infusion of youth. Like you just mentioned the Sixers example, Embiid, it was Ben Simmons at the time. All those young players coming up, and people can get behind them.
Hey, listen, I think it's awesome that it's young players that are doing this.
Yep.
It's not like these older veterans who are kind of like, getting hot and all of a sudden, because it's young kids that now it's like that Sixer team that had Embiid and Ben Simmons. And like, you were like, all right, this is the first of hopefully many of these. And of course that thing went off the track. But now you've got Porter Martone. You've got young players all over the place. Michkov scoring the other night. And listen, for the first time in, what year is it, 2026, 16 years, Flyers hockey seems fun again.
Yep, the city was lit up orange, and hopefully we see it a couple more times.
16 years.
Yeah, I was 16. Can I do math? I don't even know. I was probably, 10? Yeah,
You know
10.
who could do math? Victor Wembanyama. Did you see that guy the other night up on the he was
Oh,
doing
yeah,
math.
on the in his press conference, right? I did see the clip of that. It's unbelievable.
He was
Not me.
The guy just starts, you play this many minutes, and the guy was like, dude, I checked you. All your math is spot on.
It's unbelievable. I can't do it. That's why I'm doing this. Why I'm talking to you. I can't do math. I'm not good at it. Just, I can do 2 + 2 = 4 and sometimes 5 in my estimation because I get it wrong all the time with some of these numbers. It's tough. But anyway, let's move along. Nugget number 2. And I'm stunned, Mike. Before the break, I heard, your little escapade going into the break. The Nuggets on the other side, the Sixers, you got the Flyers, the Phillies. I am stunned you left out the Masters. I mean, Masters Sunday was yesterday. And no word, not even speak one word about the Masters yesterday. I'll tell you what, yesterday, that was my only thing I was watching all day long until I had the Sixers and the Phillies relegated to the phone. I was on the phone with those guys. The Masters on Sunday, coming down the home stretch, is must-watch television, must-watch sports viewing, Mike. I can't believe. Did you even watch a second of it yesterday? Come on.
Yesterday, no. Saturday, I did. Yesterday, you know what? I was watching the Phils.
Okay.
Then after the Phils, had to run out and do a couple errands. And then when I got home, went to the Sixers.
So no Masters whatsoever for you on Sunday.
You know what?
Yeah, that's poor. That's poor.
I used to love the Masters. I used to get into it. I feel like the whole live golf and everything, it just kind of lost me a little bit with it just doesn't feel like there's anybody that I care about or want to watch.
Oh, I was juiced yesterday. Scotty Scheffler almost made a comeback. All he could do was par all day. He made a couple birdies, made it close, was the leader in the clubhouse for a little bit. Then Rory found he just got stuck and found a way to win again.
I saw my buddy sent me a text. He says, can Rory find a way to cough this up? And I said, you know what? Don't care. No interest.
Oh, God. I was texting, I was tweeting about the Masters yesterday. I mean, that is my favorite, and it should be most people's favorite golf event. That is a bucket list. Do you remember when we did the list of what you would keep, like the top 8 or 9 sporting events, playoffs, etc.? I was debating keeping the Masters in my top 3 must-keep events to watch. I mean, that Sunday, there's nothing like it in Augusta. It's just awesome.
I used to love it.
Thing.
You don't have to convince me. I used to love it. And for whatever reason, the last 2 years, I tried on Saturday, and I'm sitting there. And now the Phillies played an afternoon game on Saturday.
They did.
So I went Phillies on Saturday. Then I went over to the Masters, and I was just like, dude, it's just not doing it for me. I'm just not into it.
The total opposite. I was into it. Rory going for the second one. He's always dramatic.
Rory's never done anything for me, though. That's one of the problems. I'm not a big Rory guy, so him being the guy now is kind of like meh.
So you're not impressed by the back-to-back green jackets here?
Oh, no, I'm
all?
impressed. I'm not saying I'm not impressed. I'm saying I'm not a Rory guy, so I wasn't watching to see if he could do this. I've just never really been a Rory guy.
Yeah, I've never really been either. I was excited to see Scotty kind of bounce back this weekend after he's had a couple of poor performances in the past, right? As of late. And he comes out and he's parring every hole. I mean, every single hole. It's like this guy could not get a birdie. And then towards the end, back 9, he starts getting a couple birdies here. He's in the mix now. He's in second, leader in the clubhouse. I thought Rory might have one hole where he fell apart. In 18, he went into the woods. I thought he was falling apart. I thought, oh, man, are we going to have a playoff here? Rory going to fall apart in the final 18th hole. And then did you see CBS kind of messed up the broadcast as well? I don't know if you saw that.
I did not. Nope. I watched virtually none of it yesterday.
It's unbelievable. That's poor. That's poor on your part. Come on. Yesterday, I will say, was very exciting coming down the wire because Justin Rose made a nice little surge towards the end, but then he kind of fell apart. It was great golf yesterday. The Masters on Sunday. I don't think there's only a couple of things in sports and events that top a Sunday watching the Masters. I mean, they're just only a couple.
I used to be right there with you. The last couple of years, hasn't done much.
All right. I was ecstatic for it. And by the way, I know your golf game, so I think that might have to play into your factor of not watching golf. Like I can't. You're like I can't do that. Yeah, I can't do that. Me on occasion I could have a nice drive, nice putt here and there, but you, I don't know.
Every once in a while, no, I'll drive one every once in a while.
You will. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 3. And speaking of the Phils who were relegated to the phone yesterday because of the Masters, what is going on with Bryce? I mean, talking about other guys on your team, the quote, bad baseball. I mean, there was a lot of it yesterday by the Phillies. I mean, a bad loss through and through. But Mike, with those comments of Bryce Harper talking about bad baseball, etc., during his post-game presser, do you feel that the clubhouse right now is not the same as it was in years past and the camaraderie just doesn't seem to be there? It feels like something's just a little bit off, Mike.
It feels like Bryce feels like the way that we feel about this team right now. Just very boring, complacent. It almost feels like he knows what the result of this is all going to be, right? Like he knows that we're not good enough, and it's almost like his body language and his answers are reflecting that I know that we are not good enough.
Yeah, it seems that way at this point in the season, that they're not good enough. The whole vibe around the clubhouse just doesn't feel the same. I mean, they're blowing games. It's just I'm just not. I'm the Phillies right now. They're irking me. They're the team that's irking you right now. They were the fun team for years, right? Since 22, they were the team you were locked in on. Now that's kind of shifted towards the Flyers, right? They're getting Sixer vibes.
The Phillies are becoming the Sixers, where you'll believe it when they get out of the Sixers couldn't ever get out of the second round. Now the Phillies, they've gotten out of the second round. They've gotten to a World Series. The problem is they've progressively lost each round sooner, and now you're wondering, you lost in the World Series, you lost in the Championship Series, you lost in the Division Series, and people, I think, have gotten to the point where I'll only believe in you once you get to wherever that is. I don't know. Is it get back to a World Series or only win a World Series?
Yeah, it's getting to that point. It's getting Sixers-esque. Talk to me when you get to the second round. Not as bad, but
the one thing the Sixers did a little different than the Phillies was they kept changing it up every year, except for they had Embiid and Simmons.
Yep.
And then once they traded Simmons away, they went down the Harden route. Then they traded Harden away. I mean, they kept trying to get somebody different. But for the first 3 years, it was exciting. You had Ben and Joel, and then you took a couple shots with them, and then it was like, all right, we gotta. Obviously, Ben fell apart, so you traded him. You had Harden, that didn't work. You traded Harden, and you had the Jimmy Butler team. I mean, there was all different incarnations. The problem with the Phillies is it's been the same mix of guys for the entirety of this thing. The best team they had was probably the worst team they had. They didn't have Trey Turner on that first team. They went out and got Trey. You went to a World Series and then added Trey Turner, and you're like, wow, you went to a World Series and added one of the best all-around players in the game, and you've gotten progressively worse.
Yeah, Gene. You had Reese Hoskins.
And by the way, look at all the pitching you've locked up since 2022. Your pitching in 2022 wasn't as good as it's been over the last couple of years.
It's gotten better, and somehow they continue to go backwards. They've won a couple divisions, but then in the postseason, nothing. Zip, nada. It's like the same story over and over again since that disaster in the World Series of getting no hit. Ever since then, bats go cold.
And listen, I don't know how much longer, Dombrowski, I said at the beginning of the show, how do you watch this team and say, I did enough this offseason to help this team's lineup out? And if you weren't going to help the lineup out and you're going to have the same stale offense where it's home run or bust, at what can you do to change something? And that's where I think you're going to start to hear the buzz about Rob Thompson a little bit more because you can't trade Harper, you can't trade Turner, you can't trade Schwarber, Real Muto. All these guys, they're kind of stuck here. The team is what it is. And if something has to change, you're going to start to hear and look at Thompson.
I mean, how predictable was that you were going to hear the Thompson stuff, especially when you brought in Don Mattingly sitting right next to him?
Well, and then if you get off to a slow start where your offense is doing nothing, let's say we're in the same spot in about a month where the team's hovering around 500, the team's offense is up and down. I don't know how you can keep going that way. Like, you got to say, we got to save the season. We might need a different voice in there. And listen, I said before, I said after the playoffs last year that I really thought they were going to change the manager. Not because it's his fault, just because you need to change something, and they didn't have a lot of flexibility to change a lot of stuff unless you didn't bring back Schwarber and you didn't bring back Real Muto. Well, they had their chance to change the complexion of the team, and they didn't take it. So now you put the manager in a spot where if the team flounders, you got to look to him.
Well, that's how they went to a World Series in 2022. They got the mope Joe Girardi out of there and put in Rob Thompson, and it was kumbaya to the World Series. They went, I got a pennant out of it. Great. And now it's kind of becoming the same type of deal. And by the way, Mike, before I get out of here, Friday, I was proven way wrong. Your boy Marsh in the 4-hole hits a home run, even though I think they lost that game, right? If I'm not mistaken.
They did.
He hit a home run.
Well,
they did lose
4 runs in the first inning and then didn't score again the rest of the night.
Yeah, he did hit a home run. So I will give him props. I'll eat crow on that one. Still don't think he should be in the 4 holes, only for a special circumstance, but I digress. I just wanted to put that out there. I will eat crow for that, for those statements on Friday.
You got Adolis Garcia in the 4-hole tonight. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I know. It's like, I mean, at this point, I just throw anyone in there. I mean, just throw anyone in the 4-hole. Bohm stinks. You throw him back down the bottom line with Adolis Garcia. I mean, why not? Marsh. I mean, you might as well throw Justin Crawford in the 4-hole at this point. I mean, it's just getting ridiculous.
All right, there you go. Today's Nuggets Sports Bash Live. Thanks, Nick.
See you.
All right, there you go. Earnshaw with the Nuggets today on the Sports Bash Live. He's back tomorrow with more Nuggets. Don't forget, coming up later on in the show, we'll talk a little Flyers with Durso. Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider, tonight at 5:30 on the Sports Bash Live. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Watch the show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Flyers tonight taking on Carolina. Dan Vladar gets the start. What's the plan moving forward with the goaltenders? Vladar tonight. Who's in goal tomorrow? Now, the Hurricanes are sitting a bunch of guys tonight. So if the Flyers can get a win, they are in. We'll talk about it 5:30 tonight. Durso, stick around. More Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN. And our contest sounder right there. Caller 6 and caller 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller 6 and caller 7 right now. You are entered for this year's Eagles draft party at Ocean Casino Resort's Balcony Bar. You must be present to win on the day of the draft, April 23rd, at the Balcony Bar to win any of the prizes, including a pair of Eagles Club Box tickets for a home game this season, an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort, a $150 Ocean Casino gift card, tickets to different shows and concerts, all at Ocean Casino at the Balcony Bar at the Gallery. You must be present to win. Caller 6 and caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776. All right, Sports Bash Live. I just spilled my coffee in my lap, which caused me the delay. I apologize. Not fun. Sports Bash. Text board is open on the White Horse RV text board. Thank you, Josh. I spilled coffee in my lap, and I don't like the smell of coffee on me at all. So this is going to be a rough segment because I can smell coffee on my hand, and I'm like, I dumped it in my hand. I don't even know what happened. Well, it wasn't that bad. It just happened to be right in my lap.
I had no idea what happened. I just heard you yell, and then like startled yell, and then took my headphones off because I'm listening to something over here, and I was like, looked over, saw you like trying to use a paper towel, and I was like,
I had one.
I deciphered what
it wasn't
needed
a
to be
bad
done.
spill. It was I didn't have much coffee left in my cup.
It was enough to surprise you like that, though. You didn't just kind of be like, oh, that stinks. Like, no, you dropped the expletive.
Well, I'm good. Text board has been blowing up all day, so we'll get into some text messages. Yeah, I got it on my shirt, and I can smell it. It's going to drive me nuts. You like I like the smell of coffee, like when it's like brewing. But outside of that, like coffee on me, no, not. It's like beer. I don't like the smell of beer when it like lands, like when it's touching.
Right. Like you don't want the beer on your clothes. You want the beer in your mouth.
Yeah.
See, to me, it's like they're really the only smell I can think of off the top of my head that I hate smelling on me is cigarette smoke.
Oh, that's the worst.
That's the apex to me. That's like the worst of the worst. Like if I'm around people who are smoking, my clothes
I always laugh,
smell
though.
a little like it.
I always like kind of laugh. Like does anybody actually still smoke? I don't know. I don't think I know anybody.
Oh, there's plenty of them. You know how I know? Because if you're someone like me who's been on Facebook dating and you see the number of people who have smoke occasionally and often in their profile, and it's just like, nope.
All right. Well, Josh does not want to date you if you're smoking. You got that out there,
Sorry.
ladies? All right. Text board, Ryan and EHC. Carolina's resting 7 of their best players tonight. Yes, Ryan, thanks for bringing that up because Durso's going to join us in about a half an hour. He is at the Xfinity Mobile Arena, so he'll have an update on the Flyers. But, yes, the Carolina Hurricanes are resting players tonight. So there will be a lot of – there's a pretty good opportunity for the Flyers tonight. There will be a lot of Hurricanes sitting this one out tonight. So
Big opportunity.
You don't see that a whole heck of a lot in hockey.
No, especially with a coach like Brindamore, who's one of these old
Maybe
school.
Brindamore wants to help the Flyers get into the playoffs.
I don't know. Brindamore is that generous. I just think he realizes that he has a team that's been through hell and high water, shall I say, and for them to get to where they are, maybe he realizes that it's because remember, the Hurricanes have, I believe, 2 games left. So it's today and one more game, and the NHL season doesn't end until like Wednesday or Thursday. So the Flyers are really the only team that's going to end the week early.
Yeah, there's still a lot of games like after this. So the Flyers will be off. If they make the playoffs tonight, I would imagine they probably rest some of their guys tomorrow.
Probably. Tomorrow will be cruise control day.
Shaner is in Cancun. He says, I think Porter Martone has brought all the juice, making the old heads try harder and young guy realize what they should be. I know you didn't like the move bringing him up. I didn't say I didn't like the move to bring him up. I just thought the rule was a little weird that, somebody said this the other day. The fact that Wisconsin beat Michigan State in the hockey playoff, in the the NCAA tournament,
Right.
that changed the whole complexion.
Yes.
Wisconsin upset Michigan State in the NCAA tournament, and because of it, just think the Frozen Four championships were this past weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
If Michigan State would have advanced to the finals, it would have been this weekend, and Porter Martone wouldn't have been here.
Exactly. And maybe the Flyers will make a push to the postseason.
And maybe they don't make a push to the postseason. That's what I was talking about, why it's so bizarre that the guy can play college hockey one day, and then the next day he's playing in Philadelphia in the middle of the playoff race. Because if his team would have gone to the finals, Wisconsin ended up going to the finals.
Correct.
That may have been Michigan State.
Do you
So
know who won the Frozen Four? By
yeah,
the way?
Denver.
There you go.
They won for the third time in 5 years.
Won in overtime too.
It was a good game, yeah, against Wisconsin. But I was just thinking about that here. So I wasn't saying I didn't like the move. I just think it's a little Mickey Mouse that you can bring a guy up like that and say, we're just going to add you. Like a lot of in basketball, you have to be on the roster by a certain date, right? Well, this wouldn't happen because they don't have it's like if you had a draft in the middle and the guy played for UConn one game, he wouldn't be able to play for.
Right. Well, I mean, the basketball draft
is after the season's
right.
over.
But the other thing is that, in hockey, you can be drafted by a team and go play college hockey. That's where it's different. The NBA, you can't be drafted by the Sixers and go spend a year at Duke.
No, although I think that might be something that would be a good thing.
Maybe
that's the way they should do it, and then you would get to see that happen. Where if you drafted a guy, instead of these guys leaving for the draft early, you draft them and they stay in college and play.
I wouldn't mind that.
That might be a better way because then, the NCAA tournament ends, and then you could have happen what just happened with the Flyers.
Exactly. And by the way, the only sport that you could do this is baseball.
Yeah, and it doesn't happen in baseball all that often where a guy gets drafted because there's so many high school kids getting drafted.
Correct.
Every once in a while, you might see a college pitcher.
Right. A guy who pitched in the College World Series, maybe had a good run.
Yeah. It does not happen all that
it's
often.
Very rare.
And it doesn't happen all that often with a contending team.
Right.
You might see, a couple of years ago, and I don't even think it happened with Nola. He didn't come up the year he got drafted, but he came up very quickly the next year. Now, Gage Wood, there is some talk that he can move through the system pretty quickly because he was a college pitcher.
Right.
And he is already dominating at Clearwater. Then he could jump up to Jersey Shore and then he could go. But because he's a college pitcher, he might go through the system pretty quick. But it is very rare that you would see a guy on a contender, jump into their rotation and pitch for a team.
Wild.
You've seen some guys join bad teams and go play, but I don't remember hearing a story of a guy, and I could be wrong, of a guy getting drafted in baseball. And that same year, he joined the team and then helped them make a playoff run. I don't know that I've ever remember that. I could be wrong on that. But do you remember one of those things happening? I've had a couple of times, I think I came up with a couple guys that made the jump from college in the same year that they got drafted. That has happened before, not frequently. I think it's only happened 20-some times, I think I found the other day. That it's happened 25 times in 65 years that a guy got drafted and then got called up to the majors in the same year. But how many of those guys came into a team that was a playoff contender?
So, according to MLB.com, there's 24 players who have done it all time.
Right. It doesn't happen a lot. And most of those guys, I'm just guessing, I don't know this, but I would imagine most of those guys are not on contending teams.
I'm scrolling right now, and so far I have not found a guy who went to a contending team, which is the delineation here.
Right, like a situation like the Flyers, where you called a guy up from college a week after his season ended, and he helped you make it to the playoffs because of him. He's got 7 points in 7 games. Now, I can't recall a guy getting drafted and then plugging him into the lineup and he's hitting 350 and helping you, your offense, or a pitcher coming in. Now, read off a couple of the most recent ones.
Okay, hold on. I got to scroll back up to the top. So you have Ryan Johnson, who was drafted by the Angels this past year.
I do remember him
and
in that story.
He came up at the end of the year.
I do remember
Angels.
him, and that happened last year, but the Angels were terrible.
Garrett Crochet with the 2020 White Sox. They were a bad team.
Uh-huh. And then I didn't even know that Crochet went from college right to the pros, so it tells you how insignificant that really was.
Mike Leake You remember him?
I do remember Mike Leake, yes.
2009 with the Cincinnati Reds.
I don't remember that team being anything special.
Xavier Natty for the Padres.
I remember him, but I don't remember it happening.
Yeah, he basically was injured almost immediately after that, the very next year. So
I remember him.
I don't remember Ariel Prieto.
Oh, yeah, he was a Cuban guy.
Yes.
But I didn't realize he got drafted.
He was drafted by the A's in 95 and came up basically a month later.
And I think he was an older guy.
He was a little older, yes.
Okay. Yeah, see, none of these guys are guys that got drafted and came right into a team that was in playoff contention. Now, maybe some of these teams were on the fringe of playoff contention, and then they called these guys up to try to, but I don't think any of them helped them get to a playoff.
You also have I don't remember this guy, Darren Dreifert.
Sure, yeah, Dodgers.
Yes, he was the first pick of the Dodgers, came up in 93, did not do too well.
Dreifert was actually, now you talk about a college pitcher, he was Wichita State. He was in the College World Series that year. Mm-hmm. So I do remember, now what year was that?
The 93 draft.
So 93, and he came in to pitch that same year?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
He only pitched one game, then he pitched the rest of 94.
I mean, I remember Dreifert. I actually remember him more for Wichita State because his major league career was kind of nondescript.
Now, the next two names I recognize. Okay, you recognize the other two names. The next two names I'm going to recognize. So you had John Olerud.
Okay, yep.
Olerud was actually a third-round pick in 1989. He came up that same year, Blue Jays. I remember him. I also remember Jim Abbott.
Yep.
Drafted by the Angels in 1988.
No hitter.
He came up for one game in 88, but his actual rookie year was 89.
So the article actually on Dreifert says he became one of only a select few players to make his professional debut in the majors without ever appearing in a minor league game. So that's an even more rare group of guys. Guys that never played any minor league baseball, that just came literally from the draft right to the majors.
Yeah, that's extremely rare.
Yes.
I also got Bob Horner.
Bob Horner, I definitely remember growing up.
Atlanta
he played for
Braves.
the Braves.
Yep, yeah. 1978. He came into the big leagues almost 2 weeks afterward being drafted.
Now you're going back to a group a little bit. Pete Incaviglia is another one that I think got drafted.
Well, he came up the next year.
Okay.
His debut was in 86. He was drafted in 85.
So Ryan Johnson, I vaguely kind of recall that last year that he got drafted and it came up with the Angels. And the Angels, if I recall last year, were kind of in the playoff mix and made some trades, and then they just fell apart. But he didn't do much at all for them last year either. But no one like the Martone story.
No, nothing like the Martone story. There is a Phillies player on this list. Dick Ruthven.
Okay, pitcher. Yep, Fresno State. I remember that a little bit just because he pitched Dick Ruthven.
He was the number 1 overall pick in the draft.
Yeah, he was on I think he was on the 80. Well, he was on the 80 team, and then I think he was on the 83 team that went to the World. He was on the team that won the World Series for definitively there.
This article actually says Ruthven's best season was actually 1980 when he won a career high 17 games.
All right. So the other guys, though, yeah. So to go back to the text message, Shaner, appreciate it, man. Yeah, I was not against the Flyers calling him up. I just was surprised not surprised. I knew the rule that you could because what's his name got called up for Colorado a couple of years ago.
Cole McCarr.
McCarr, yeah. So I've seen it happen in hockey. But the fact, though,
McCarr, my bad.
The fact that you have a player that played college hockey a week ago, and he came in and helped your team make the playoffs. I don't know that I can't recall that happening in any situation.
Here's an interesting name for you. So Dave Winfield was one of these players. So
Winfield got drafted in 3 different sports.
Well, that's why he came up so quickly, because the MLB.com article says that because he was drafted by 3 different sports, The Twins were worried about losing, so the Padres were worried about losing him, so they called him up to the big leagues as soon as possible to prevent him from playing the other sports.
Let me get a couple more text messages. Mike, it was great to see Marsh hit a home run in the first. You forgot to mention his 3 strikeouts after the home run. Well, to that text message, I think it was pretty obvious that after the home runs on Friday night, the home runs on Saturday and yesterday, that nobody did anything. They only scored runs in 3 innings all weekend long. So I think it went without saying that, yes, Marsh hit that home run in the first and then didn't do skedaddle after that. Jim in Williamstown, Mike, you're right. This falls squarely on the arrogant GM. They can't blame Topper. If Phil Jackson, Leo DeRocher, Bill Belichick, and Jesus were coaching this team, no matter the batting order, they can't hit. They ain't got it. Well, Jim, I do agree that the lineup is utterly flawed. However, at some point, you know you cannot change the players. That's just not happening. So you have to change the voice. That is the next course of action. If Dombrowski can't get a hitter to hit in the middle of this lineup, really the only thing he's going to be able to do to help this team and give them a little different is a different voice in the managerial chair. Now, that being said, Don Mattingly's here already, and most people just assume that he would be the next guy up, similar to what Topper was when Girardi got fired. And that did jumpstart the Phillies. Girardi got fired, Dombrowski appointed Thompson as the manager, and the rest has been history here.
But wasn't part of the issue with Girardi also the fact that he was such a he was not listening to the front office. Front office wanted him to do one thing. He wanted to do something else. The players were kind of like irked by him a little bit. That's why they had to move on from him.
All right. He was not into the analytics.
Right.
The team wanted him to
follow a game
their lineups and stuff, and he was kind of resistant to it, and the team wasn't winning. So if you're going to be resistant to the lineups we give, you better be able to be successful, and they weren't.
Right, you better back it up.
Mike, the worst part about the Phillies, it's not a young, scrappy team that you can hope put it together. They're old, overpaid, and just don't have any fire. They seem uninterested half the time. Shake the lineup all you want. They just look mediocre. Yeah, and you know what? That is what happens when you have a bunch of guys and the complacency. This is why I said last year, after they lost that playoff series, I thought they were going to move on from Thompson just to change the voice because they couldn't change the players.
Right. Not because you were anti-Thompson.
I don't care about Thompson one way or the other. He's insignificant to me. You bring in someone else, you'll complain about that guy too. But I think that the only way you were going to change this team in the offseason was to change the manager.
Right.
Because you can't get rid of anybody else. And you weren't going to let Schwarber walk.
No.
And because you couldn't let Schwarber walk, the only way to change the team was to change the manager. So, Mike, Alvarado's washed up. You hope not. He hasn't looked good so far, and I know Oscar's mentioned a few times he looks a little out of shape.
Which is surprising because the whole point of him taking that PED was for him to get into better shape, right?
Well, guess what? He got popped for it, and now he gained the weight back.
Right, but the way Oscar described it earlier on the Phillies Fastball segment, he made it sound like that, Jose didn't do anything this offseason.
Well, yeah, he said he kind of took the winter off, and I thought that comment was a little interesting. Alden from Linwood says, is it time to move on from Kevin Long? Might need a fresh start at hitting coach. Listen, that's another possibility is you can't fire the players. You move on from somebody. If it's not the manager, maybe it's the hitting coach. You talk to guys who are hitting coaches, how much do these guys really impact and do? The one problem with Kevin Long, you got to keep this in mind. Everybody who wants Kevin Long out, the 3 guys who want Kevin Long here are Schwarber, Harper, and Turner.
Right.
So just keep that in mind. Right, exactly. 609-403-0973. Let's see. What else we got here? Hold your horses, everyone. The Flyers might not even make the playoffs. Let's not say the Flyers are back, baby, because they aren't yet. You guys might jinx it. They got to win tonight. You're right. I said that earlier. Because you got to win tonight because you don't want to have to play tomorrow against Montreal and have that game mean something.
Exactly.
So I would definitely go, because tonight you got Vladar starting. I'm going to talk to Durso about this in about 9 minutes. Will Vladar start again tomorrow if they lose?
It's a big question.
What do you do there?
I mean, obviously, if you lose the game, it's maybe how you lose the game, right?
Jeff in Port Norris, happy Monday, Mike spilled coffee. Yes, I did spill coffee, and I've made it through this segment with coffee sitting in my lap. With coffee just hanging around my lap. 609-403-0973. I think the one big thing for the Flyers tonight is you get that early goal. This place goes bonkers, but you can't fall flat like the Phillies. You get that early goal the other night, Winnipeg scored, and then you scored again. You get that early goal tonight, you cannot allow that building to overtake you.
Right.
So they've been good on the road. They've been playing really well on the road. All right, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. The Sports Bash is live. Don't forget, that sounder's going to go off one more time today. And if you've been trying to get in, and you can't get in, listen to Unsportsmanlike in the morning. You have bonus chances to enter during Unsportsmanlike. When that sounder goes off in the morning, listen to the directions, and you can enter that way. We've got Durso coming up live from the Wells Fargo Center coming up next. He'll give us an update on the Flyers and their matchup tonight. How big is this game? What does it mean if they win? What does it mean if they lose? He'll give us both sides of the coin. That's coming up next right here on the Sports Bash. And don't forget, we're going to be at Ventnor Social for another Phillies watch party on April the 30th. And I got news. We're going to have more Phillies watch parties. I got more details on some more places you can come out and check us watch the Phillies all season long. When the Phillies play a day game, we're out on location. Stop out and see us and say hello. We'll give you the more details on that coming up as well. All right, our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso from 97.3 ESPN.com, joins me next. All right, 5:31. Flyers tonight at 7 on 97.3 ESPN. Dan Vladar will be in goal for the Flyers in an important one tonight, a win, and they are in. What are the other scenarios? Kevin Durso is live at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. You can get all the coverage for tonight's game at Kevin_Durso and 97.3 ESPN.com as he joins us now with the Flyers getting ready to take on Carolina. Obviously a win and you're in situation, correct? It's as simple as that?
It is as simple as that. Win and you are in.
Win and you are in. All right. What about the other scenarios here? What about an overtime and a point?
Overtime and a point means things carry over to tomorrow, but at that point you would need just 1 point tomorrow as well. 2 points total over the next 2 games still gets you in. But obviously, I would think you want to take care of business tonight first and foremost, not let this thing play out into tomorrow. Then you start to factor in the other teams. Everybody else that you're competing with is off tonight. So you're the only ticket tonight, and you can punch your ticket to the playoffs by winning the game tonight.
So give us an update on Carolina and what this game means for them. You had said earlier in the YouTube chat that they are sitting a bunch of guys tonight, so they seemingly are okay with their fate.
Yeah, they're pretty close to locked into the top seed in the Eastern Conference. 1 point going either way, and they're good. So whether they feel like they can get that point tomorrow night against the Islanders, whether they feel like somebody else is going to lose that point, they're more comfortable sitting guys and getting ready for the playoff push. So essentially their entire top line is not going to play tonight. Their entire top defensive pairing isn't going to play tonight. So you're not going to see former Flyer Shane Gostisbehere or Jacob Slavin on the back end. You're not going to see Sebastian Aho, Andrei Svechnikov, or Seth Jarvis as well. Jordan Stahl is also sitting out the game as well. So a lot of different pieces there that are important to Carolina's playoff success down the road, but they're trying to prepare for that by taking it easy tonight. But you can't overlook that part of it. Just because those guys aren't playing, there's a lot of talent on this roster. They've done this already a couple of times and won games. So it doesn't mean it's a sure thing just because those guys aren't playing that you're going to win the game.
Right, and obviously the Flyers need this game, and if you ended up losing the game, it would set up a must-win situation for tomorrow, obviously. Dan Vladar is going to start tonight. Do you know what would happen in that event that they lost tonight? What would be the plan for tomorrow?
I can't say I know because Rick Tocchet didn't go that far. He was only focused on tonight as well, but early guess would be I feel like it would be Sam Ersson getting the start regardless. I think the hope is Sam Ersson's your starter tomorrow because the game is meaningless.
Yeah.
But otherwise, the only way Vladar probably goes again for me is depending on how this game goes. If he sees limited action and they still lose the game, maybe, but that's really the only way. I think that the preparation here is more on taking care of business tonight. As I told you last week, if this was the scenario, I wouldn't have been surprised if the focus was just give your top goaltender the game and say, go win one more, and game 82 doesn't matter at that point. So I think that's the goal.
The Flyers have not beaten Carolina this year, and quite frankly, I can't remember the last time they have beaten Carolina. It's been a while, it feels like, anyway. I could be wrong about that. But Carolina's obviously had your number. Could this be a Boston-Orlando situation in the NBA yesterday where Boston sat everybody, but they're just a franchise that doesn't accept losing? And do you look at this game tonight as a tricky one?
Yeah, because Carolina is still a very tough team even without those top players. It's the style of coaching that Rod Brindamore does. It's the system that they have. They're a big puck possession team. They're a hard-working team. It's a lunch pail mentality for them. They go to work and they manage to maintain the puck control throughout most of the game. So it's a tough situation. You're right about it. It's been a long time. It's been 8 straight matchups that the Flyers have lost against Carolina. So yeah, they've got your number for sure. The one thing I will say that the Flyers can hang their hat on is they've been in every single game they've played against this team, all of them going beyond regulation. So that, certainly going beyond regulation at least is partially helpful. But I think that if you take away some of those players and play a similar style of game and stick to what you're good at and what's gotten you to this point, you should have a good shot of being able to stay with them and compete with them. But it's hardly going to be a sure thing, that's for sure.
Yeah, Dan Vladar, let's get into him real quick because obviously Saturday night, they get the goal first. He gives up the goal, then Michkov gets the goal, and then the floodgates opened up. This is a big game. They were on the road. They're at home. He'll be under the microscope here. Can he, what can we learn about Vladar, because it seems like he hasn't had that shutout that's been talked about, and the fact that this might be his last chance if tonight. So this is a huge moment for him.
Yeah, what's funny for me, and I've been kind of following along with this as these last few games along. Wins on the season, his previous career high in starts in a season was 29. So if he can get that one more win for you, his total wins on the season will be the same as his previous career high in starts in a season before coming to Philadelphia. So that would be incredible for him. It would be a kind of a crowning moment on this season because he's been your MVP throughout. I think you need to look no further than Saturday's game. I know what the score says when it was all said and done, but throughout that first period, it was a little loose, and there was opportunities for Winnipeg to make that a track meet in terms of the score, and he held down the fort for you and allowed you to get that comfortable lead and then play the third period a lot calmer and stick to your business to close out a game. So he bounced back very well from a poor game in Detroit, and now he's got one more in front of him to be able to cap off a season that I don't think any of us saw coming.
Kevin Durso is at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. I was joking earlier that Carolina needs 1 point to clinch the number 1 seed, and they will get home ice advantage throughout the playoffs here. It almost feels like one of those World Cup soccer games where both teams just need a tie and they just basically no one's trying to do anything. Now, the Flyers certainly benefit from a win, but if they could get the game to overtime. So do you anticipate these two teams feeling each other out and just kind of saying, you know what, let's see what happens?
Maybe a little bit at the beginning. I would be more hopeful if the Flyers approached the first period the same way they did in Winnipeg on Saturday. Come out and start making plays right away. I mean, they really kind of just took it to Winnipeg from the beginning in terms of trying to create chances, capitalizing on opportunities, not settling for the fact that they got out to an early lead and then getting it back quickly after they gave up the goal. They just kept playing throughout the course of the whole 60 minutes, and that's the way they need to approach this game, in my opinion. Just take this one period at a time here, keep trying to chip away at what Carolina does well, even without some of those top guys, and you take care of your business and do your job like you've done so many times since the Olympic break. You're going to be a playoff team when the night's over.
Well, let's go back to Saturday night and just kind of relive on how that game just got away from Winnipeg. I mean, just from the jump there, Martone scores, Winnipeg gets back into it. I thought the Michkov goal, though, was really the icebreaker, and it was so cool that it was him who has been, certainly discussed a lot this year.
Yeah, and I heard you talking earlier, and I want to echo it because I put the same thing out on Twitter X right during the game. The fact that you're playing in the 80th game of the season in the middle of a playoff push and your first 2 goals of a critical game are a 19-year-old and a 21-year-old who are key to your future says a lot about how far this team has come this year. So for those two, that's visions of both. It's obviously the present day because they scored in this game on Saturday to win and keep you long until you got to this point, but that's the vision of the future is Porter Martone, Matvei Michkov, those two guys being able to put up goals in big games. So credit to those two. And, Michkov was especially under the microscope after Thursday's game. He took an early penalty that gave Detroit the early lead with a power play goal. Special team obviously wasn't great on Thursday. That's a way to bounce back, is to have a game like that and set the tone with a goal in the first period that gives your team the lead back after they give one up. So credit to him, credit to Martone for continuing to do what he's doing and kind of being fearless in the face of, the first 10, 12 days of his NHL career. Those two just seem to be, leading the charge for you. And then obviously the rest of that game, you turned over to your captain who had one of his best games in a long time too.
Kevin Durso is at the Xfinity Mobile Arena, and we're talking about the young guys, but the old guy, Coots, talk a little bit about how he has accepted what's going on and how he became a big factor in that game the other night.
Yeah, so as the season progressed and as kind of the door opened for more of these players to show up, as you're approaching, the trade deadline, and Alex Bump is going to get called up, Denver Barkey's around and has been since early January, or since mid-December actually, and started to really make an impact in January when he got more experience under his belt. And then Martone shows up too, and you get Tyson Forrester back from injury. All 4 of those guys were going to move people down the lineup, and kind of in a different order. They didn't come back all at once, obviously, but Couturier started to slip after the line back into more of a 4th line role. And it's interesting because he's alongside Luke Glendening, who was a waiver claim on the day of the trade deadline that went completely under the radar, kind of just felt like a placeholder for the rest of the season, and has turned out to be just as important because that line has an identity that isn't just about protecting a lead or maintaining play, they're actually contributing too. That for Couturier, that game Saturday, that's turning back the clock. I mean, at least 6 years and maybe more. Like I immediately flash back to one of the last playoff games that I remember watching. Well, the last one I remember watching in person was Game 6 against the Penguins in 2018, and Couturier was playing on multiple knee injuries, and scored a hat trick that day to try to keep the team alive. The Flyers ultimately lost the game in the series, but he gave you quite a performance, and it was very much something like that. It's just taking, that opportunity in front of you to be a key contributor, to have that kind of game in the heat of a playoff race. And I looked at Couturier also because Travis Konechny earlier in the season, when things weren't going so well, said, I'm tired of missing the playoffs, and was very vocal about it. Couturier wasn't nearly as vocal about it, but that kind of game tells you he's sick of it too and wanted to put his stamp on this playoff run. And he's got one more shot to do it tonight too, and could lock things up. The last time the Flyers had an actual opportunity, it wasn't really an official clinch. Everybody just kind of made it when the shutdown happened for COVID. The last time they had a chance to clinch a playoff spot was in this building in 2018, and your captain, Claude Giroux, at the time, scored the hat trick over the New York Rangers in a shutout win. That got you into the playoffs that year. Couturier just gave you something fairly similar on Saturday, and you're wondering if he's got more in the tank to do it down the stretch in this final couple of games.
Well, we know a Flyers win and in scenario tonight, and you wonder, there's not a whole heck of a lot of playoff experience, a lot of young guys here. What is the feeling around the arena? Because you're at home. They've been playing well on the road, and it feels like they've had some nights at home where they can't get up to the energy level in there.
Yeah, it shouldn't be an issue tonight, and if it is, then that's a problem going forward. The building should be electric tonight. Knowing what's at stake now, the building should be electric, and the young guys have fed off of it pretty well. I think about Martone. The last time the Flyers were in this building was against Boston, and he scored the overtime winner. So somebody like him can get up for big games. He's just kind of riding this wave right now. The idea that every game is a huge game since he got here, and it's just another one for him. That it's kind of actually working in their favor that most of these young guys are almost naive to the fact that the games are so huge, because they're just playing right through it, taking each step as it comes, and getting valuable experience regardless, but certainly finishing the job and making the playoffs would be a great step for a young team.
All right, well, that's tonight right here on 97.3 ESPN. Tomorrow, Montreal. Tonight, Carolina. They are two of the top teams in the Eastern Conference. So, Kevin, this is not a gimme by any stretch of the imagination.
It's not, but at the same time, they've proven throughout the course of this run that they can beat just about anybody when they really are clicking and firing on all cylinders. You deliver anything close to what you did against Winnipeg, and I'm sure that you can come out on the other side, and that's from everybody. Vladar was solid in that game. All four lines were rolling. The defense was playing well. Special teams was good. You do that, you'll be winning this game and be in the playoffs at the end of the night, but you have to keep it simple, stick to your standard, and pay attention to the details. Don't take anything for granted in this game. If you do that, I think you're going to see a successful result and a happy hockey team at the end of the night.
We talked, I think it was like 2 Fridays ago. The math did not look good. And here we are, a point away from clinching, or 2 points away from clinching the playoff. That's a nice suit you got there, Durso.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Little, what do you got? What is that, a silver tie you're going tonight? Silver with a black shirt? I like it. All right. Check out Durso's coverage over at 973ESPN.com and his keys to the game on all social media platforms. And, of course, we'll be talking to him throughout the week here on the Sports Bash, getting you hopefully ready for the Pittsburgh Penguins. That would be the highly likely playoff opponent. All right, Durso, enjoy, man.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
There's Kevin Durso, everybody, at Xfinity Mobile Arena, looking snazzy. He's got the suit going, ready for a clinching game potentially, and get all his coverage on the website. At Kevin_Durso is where you can find all of Kevin Durso's Flyers coverage. And, of course, Flyers hockey tonight, they take on the Canadiens on 97.3 ESPN, your home of Flyers hockey. Listen, the one thing about Vladar, if he can get this game tonight and he doesn't have to play tomorrow, if you lose the game tonight and you put this on Sam Erson's shoulders, that should be an interesting match to see. Erson against Montreal tomorrow. So get it done tonight and get into the playoffs. All right, more Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN. There was something I had that was on my mind that I wanted to talk about, and I completely just lost it. Let me see if I can remember what it was. Let me think about what it was. I don't remember. Unbelievable. All right, I'll try to remember it during the break. I got the coffee all over me. I can smell coffee on my shirt now. Unbelievable. We'll close out the show coming up next. All right, 5:51, getting ready to get out of here. By the way, congratulations to our qualifiers from this hour, earlier in the 4 o'clock hour, I should say. That was Corey in Ocean View and Robin West Creek. They are the latest qualifiers for the Eagle Draft Party. The Eagles Draft Party will be live at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City on Thursday. A week from Thursday, we will be live at the Balcony Bar. For those of you who have never been, at the sports book, you'll see a staircase, and you go up the stairs, and there is a balcony with a bar. And it is a private area that will be for the Sports Bash on the day of the draft. And on that day, we will be giving away a pair of tickets, club box seats, 50-yard line. Check out the Eagles at a home game this year. Now, we don't know the schedule yet. That's why we don't know what game it's for. But the Eagles' home games this year, there is a possibility that the Eagles could play an international game this year. Keep that in mind. They have, 4 opponents, I think, that are scheduled to be playing international games this year. Eagles' home games this year are Dallas Giants, Washington, Rams, Seahawks, Texans, Colts, Steelers, and Carolina. That's a brutal home schedule, by the way. Rams, playoff team. Seahawks, Super Bowl champions. Texans, playoff team. Colts, Steelers. Carolina was a playoff team last year, by the way. So 9 home games this season. The official days and times will release sometime in May. They are your home games that you could win tickets for this season.
Adam Schefter actually reported last week that it sounds like it's going to be the middle of May when the league announced
it was like the 13th, 14th, 15th, somewhere in that range there.
Yeah, Schefter was saying the 13th.
So I also was reading Jeff Kerr's article over at Sports Illustrated that he said the Eagles are a strong candidate that could play on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving if they do that game. That might not be till next year, though.
There's possibility for it this year.
There's also Christmas is on a Saturday, or is that a Friday this year? I think it's Friday this year. So the Eagles could be a strong candidate to play on that Thursday night. So we're looking forward to what the schedule would look like and all the quirks to the schedule. All right, looking forward to that. Also got some news we'll share tomorrow on the some Phillies watch parties that we're going to be doing throughout the summer as well. All right, everybody, we'll talk to you tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash. Before we get out of here tonight, let me get 2 more people for that draft party. Caller 6 and caller 7, 609-573-3776. Caller 6 and caller 7. 2 qualifiers right now. Caller 6 and caller 7. 609-573-3776. You are qualified for the Eagles Draft Day party at Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. One lucky winner is going to win a pair of tickets to an Eagles home game this year at the Link. We also have an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, a $150 gift card, concert tickets, comedy shows, Ocean Casino Resort Balcony Bar. Live broadcast, Draft Day, April 23rd. You must be present to win. We'll see you there. Caller 6 and caller 7. Good luck. Talk to you tomorrow.